Libraries all over Europe face the difficulty of managing large amounts of textual materials from the 20th and 21st centuries, which have not yet been digitised because of the complex copyright situation. These works cannot be accessed by the general public and are slumbering deep in library stacks. Most of the books freely available online are copyright-free books and published prior to 1880 or even earlier. However, the greatest works of literature were generated in the 20th century. That's what the EOD Open project was created for. Starting from November 2019, 15 partners from 11 European nations are working together on making these digitally hidden works available to the public by digitising them. The project will directly engage with national, regional and local communities in the selection of material as well as the digitisation and sharing process. But how does it work? First, you send a suggestion to the library involved on what you want digitised. Once we clear the rights, based on the local copyright laws, the book will be digitised and adapted before uploading, so the materials will be accessible on mobile devices, but also for people with disabilities. The EOD Open project will have a significant impact on the cultural heritage of Europe by making at least 15,000 digitised books accessible to young people for their studies and blind and visually impaired people by adapting the materials for their needs. It will also serve as a knowledge tank for the national and international professional community, as it will train library staff in regard to the rights clearance of 20th and 21st century works. Creativity across Europe will be sparked as new readers and content creators discover works that were previously unavailable to them.
Tere hommikust! Good morning, this is Tallinn calling. Welcome to the 9th installment of a series of seminars called Digital Memory that the National Library of Estonia has been organizing since 2005. My name is Raivo Ruusalep and I will be your chatbot for the day. These seminars are designed to unpick new topics around digital cultural heritage and technology. As these new technologies emerge and impact the work of memory institutions, we try to look at how they impact, what is the opportunity around new technologies, what are the risks of going along with very frontline new technology developments. We have over the years here debated about digitization or digital publishing, copyright protection, privacy of personal data, etc. Today we focus on applications of and issues around artificial intelligence, from ethics to text mining, to collection management and assistance with information interpretation. Lots of different topics. Artificial intelligence has been described as one of the most transformative technologies since electricity. Electricity transformed the world as we know it. It enabled new innovations, made it possible in industries, in healthcare, and in our households. AI, the new way of interpreting information is also brandished as a technology that will transform manufacturing, healthcare, gaming, education, digital services that we enjoy on daily basis in our smartphones or other tools, devices that we carry around with us. Machine learning and deep learning thrive in domains where big data is collected and available for training algorithms and assist with analyzing large data sets. Memory institutions also have large volumes of digital data collected both from digitization as well as born digital material that is being collected. So it is only logical that we sail in the front line of this new wave of technology. And indeed, chatbots have been answering our patrons' questions for a while already. OCR and understanding of text has relied on deep learning and natural language processing for a while already nowadays. Subject headings and keywords are being assigned by machine learning algorithms. We analyze our usage statistics and search patterns and visualize our information using algorithms, recommender engines, suggest new articles, research articles, or new content that we might enjoy. There are many other use cases. AI is definitely transformative, but has also a potential to be misused, and we'll also touch on these topics today. Bias, propagating misinformation, misuse, and maybe general lack of human touch for some of our users who are accustomed to talking to a human being rather than a machine. These are all risks that are inherent in the use of this technology. Fair and explainable use of algorithmic decision-making are becoming a norm, as we will shortly hear. But actually, we're still only working out the exact requirements. So there is a lot to be learned and still decided in this domain. Artificial intelligence is changing the information landscape that we operate in, but it's also disrupting the traditional jobs market, the labor market. Systems can now read to you, inform you, advise you, teach you, correct your mistakes, and very patiently respond to all myriads of demands of our users, our customers. So why would we still need librarians, archivists, museum curators? AI systems, after all, are less prone to errors. They can work 24/7 without getting tired and don't really need a lunch break or coffee. Computers can operate efficiently at a scale and speed beyond human capabilities. So maximizing speed, efficiency, effectiveness in processing our materials, they can also enhance our service delivery at all levels. So we need to put ourselves in relation to this technology on many fronts. Content, services, our own roles in being in charge of this content, preserving it and providing services with it. It's clear that we need to embrace AI, not only as a user, but as an active leader in this domain to solve current challenges, to better serve, I guess, the new upcoming generations of users, and also to maintain our innovative position and prevent us from becoming old-fashioned as a community. This is why we have a full day of presentations for you today that perhaps challenge our traditional ways of operating and demonstrating how we can enrich and enhance our service offering. The day is divided into two blocks. We kick off with examples of using AI in Estonia. We touch on ethics and fairness of issues of AI, and also discuss AI and copyright and how they relate to each other. Then after a short break for refreshments at around 1:30, it's Estonian time, we continue with practical examples of applying AI in the context of memory institutions. And there is a good variety of these. So please stay with us for the whole day, because you may learn a lot of new interesting features that other institutions have already put in place. This, I believe, is the first hybrid or virtual event in this series. and the speakers come to you from this venue here, as well as from their homes and offices across the world. From many time zones, I have to say. Some of them make an effort to get up early in the morning to be with you, so please appreciate that and ask lots of questions from them. The format today is that our speakers take questions straight after their presentation, and you can ask them via using Slido. You don't actually need to open the app for that. You just look at the far right top corner of your screen if you're using a computer, or on top of your screen if you're on a mobile phone. And there is a Q&A section where you can type your questions. I will then be the chatbot for you and ask these questions from our speakers after their presentation, who will be then joining us live. Some from this room here and some over Zoom connection. There is also an opportunity to ask questions via YouTube, I believe. Is there? We'll work it out and let you know. This video here that you can see on your screens, you can see this for the last time. In about a week's time, the National Library building will be closing for extensive renovations, I might say complete renovation, that lasts several years. A new library will emerge in the same building in 2026, so in about 5 years' time, and you're all welcome to visit then. We hope to keep the series of seminars going in the meantime, but most likely still in the virtual format like today. In the meantime, the library will be focusing primarily on its digital services, and one of these is a collaboration with other libraries across Europe in the EU EOD Open project. You just saw a little video if you tuned in, but the aim of this project is to bring around 15,000 texts from all across Europe, 20th and 21st century texts, to at least 1 million users in Europe. And it will engage users in selecting and digitizing and disseminating these texts or these publications. There is also a work stream that looks into new ways of rights clearance, and it will also look into issues of making the digital content available to visually impaired people. These are all directions where AI can help us to go, and that's, I hope, a conclusion that we can make at the end of this day, that perhaps the next round of projects like EOD Open will be organized with the help of AI tools. Right, now it's time to start to kick off our program for today. The first presentation will be from Estonia. It will not only focus on what Estonia has achieved in the AI domain, but we'll start a little bit broader and introduce the European framework, we might call it, or European initiatives in this area, what regulations are being put in place, and how on the European level we approach the application of AI as technology to various domains. And to tell us all about this, we have Mr. Ott Welsberg, the Jedi Master of Estonian AI solutions and the government's Chief Data Officer in Estonia. Ott will be speaking here from this room to you, so please listen carefully and ask your questions in Slido. Thank you and enjoy the day. Please, Ott.
Thank you. So, hi everyone. As I've already introduced, my name is Ott Felsberg, and I'm the Government Chief Data Officer. And today, I'm going to provide a brief overview of how we see that Europe's and also Estonian digital agenda for the next 10 years transforms digital memory institutions. Why I say digital? Because I see that this is the way of the future. We need to move ahead. And I will start off by introducing how in Estonia we have addressed our agenda for the next decade. As you can see, we have different agendas. We have digital government agenda, we have connectivity agenda, we have also national cybersecurity agenda. And each of them addresses specific core services that we are working on. For instance, when it comes to connectivity, we must make sure that everyone has fair access to internet connectivity. Similarly to national cybersecurity, we need to make sure that as we move forward to becoming more and more digital, our public services are protected. People can trust how the government functions, similarly to how private sectors operate. And as a core principle, we have the vision for the 2030. And it is that we need to provide citizens the best public service possible. If you look at the agenda for the next 10 years, then you can see that we are building the foundations on which we can make the leap. And the leap is often different. We have, for instance, switching to live event-based and proactive services. Under that agenda, the idea is that if a certain situation or event happens in a person's life, then the person itself doesn't need to take necessary steps to get those public services. For instance, if a child is of the right age, 7 to 8, and goes to school, then from a live event-based service, we would already recommend books that he should start to read. We would open kind of membership to libraries and so on. So it is proactively stepping in ways and areas that we see that there are different public services that we can couple together. And as a result, provide the best possible experience in interacting with the government. Similarly, we have a vision of having a fully AI-powered government in Estonia for 2030. From one end, it means utilizing more and more data. We see that memory institutions, they have a large variety of data that we can actually benefit. And these use cases, they are often far away from the culture space itself. Whether it is in internal security, whether it is in healthcare, the use cases, they are plentiful. Similarly, private sector can make use of the data that the different memory institutions have to create new services or even innovate themselves. Then we have human-centric digital government. As part of human-centric digital government, we must ensure that how we use data, how we operate, it is coherent with the privacy expectations, that the citizen themselves can decide over on how their private data is being used. How citizens can make sure that the government, the private sector, research institutions don't misuse their data. Similarly, providing the means for people to decide how and on what circumstances other interested stakeholders can use their data. And of course, we need to invest in green digital government, making sure that what we are doing in the digital sphere is actually sustainable. We already today see that there is tremendous use of natural resources with the hopes of, for instance, Bitcoin mining. Is that really a viable option? If providing public services, similarly, how do we sustain the economy, the environment that we live in? And in order to do those leaps, we need to build the foundation. We are actively working on data-driven governance and reuse of data, making sure that data that we base our different services on is actually of high quality and trust. We need to make sure that we are innovating. Whatever we do in Estonia, in the government, would be impossible if it weren't for the collaboration we have with private sector, with universities, with citizens themselves. So collaboration, open innovation is at the heart. Similarly, we are working together with different countries. In AI-powered government, we have Bureaucrat, which is a government virtual assistant for the citizen, for the businesses. And on that specific sphere, we are working with Finland. We are working with Belgium today. And hopefully, there is more reusing, more sharing of what we have done and practices as well. Of course, at the heart of all of these changes is educating our public, educating the people that are actually behind the changes, the end users that in the end use the public services. It is glad that both the Minister of Economic Affairs and Communications and Minister of Education, we are both trying to address that people's literacy when it comes to using different services is high enough. And this brings me to the next agenda for Europe's ICT agenda for 2030. Although it is still in consultation, there are some important areas that there is a lot of attention being paid. And one of them is basic digital skills. And by 2030, it is seen that there must be basic digital skills for at least 80% of population. But as public services go online, then the aim should be higher. We should have the basic digital skills for the whole population. And I see that memory institutions have a especially important role in building that basic knowledge, the basic data literacy. Whether it is in terms of showcasing the history, how we have got so far where we are today, and where the future takes us. In a few months' time, we are coming out with a museum exhibition with Vabamu in Estonia, showcasing the history of building an e-government and also the way we plan to move forward. Similarly, National Library, different libraries in collaboration as well, have a tremendous potential of educating the wider population and providing the support needed to use different public services. In the end, there is a hope that in all countries, key public services are online. In Estonia, we often kind of cherish ourselves that 99% of all services are online. But at the same time, it is important to think that if those services even are online, are they user-friendly? And this is definitely an area that we see that we need to move forward. There is a lot more potential than it is today. And previously I mentioned kind of the public life event services, proactive services. This is just one way to address. And customer centricity, whether the service is online or analog, must be kept at the heart. One difference perhaps you saw from compared to Estonian ICT strategy is that there is more kind of expectations on businesses. Our government strategy addresses the public sector in large. Here, there's expectations also on companies, and that more companies must also utilize, whether it is data, AI, and other technologies. So we need to innovate. And of course, whether it is talking about 5G or just internet connectivity, it is important to make sure that everyone has fair access to different services. In order to achieve those tremendous goals that the European Union has set out, there is an annual cooperation cycle. Those who are familiar with DESI index, then the yearly cooperation is perhaps even more fruitful. And every member state must have a strategic roadmap that is lined with Europe's goals for 2030. And on a yearly basis, there must be kind of evaluation on how far the different member states are moving right now. So now it brings me back to things that we are right now actually working in Estonia and what affects different memory institutions as well. So in the proactive government strategy, we see that there are different core public services that can be either fully automated or the interactions with the government reduced to as little steps as possible. For instance, when a person is born, then the idea is to directly already register to the kindergarten waiting list to make sure that the child has a place at the kindergarten. When they start the school, why not already provide all the literature, also pay out child school benefits and so on. And in some cases, it is just pure IT. There is no kind of practical innovation. It is more about collaboration between different agencies, working together and providing the best service. But in some of them, there is actually need for technological innovation as well. For instance, in unemployment and job search, one idea is to also identify pre-hand on what if the person is likely to become unemployed. From a government perspective, it is most costly if a person already is unemployed. So if we can step in beforehand and provide means for re-education or actually even change kind of the work subject at all, then this would be more beneficial. And in unemployment and job search, we are already carrying out many different projects on providing recommendations on how to increase the employment of people, also providing recommendations on what job they should work at, and so on. But most of these examples you can see here, they don't require any technological innovation. But some of them actually do. And in Estonia, we use KRAT as a mythological synonym for introducing AI to the larger public. Why KRAT? From Estonian old mythology, KRAT was a creature built from hay and stitches and typically carried out different tasks for the person. But you always had to be a little bit cautious because KRAT could actually turn against you. And similar to AI, you need to be aware of the risks. Raivo mentioned bias. This is definitely one of them. Also, copyright issues related to data use and so on, data quality as well. So you need to be aware of the risks, but at the same time, AI can be of a lot of benefits to you. What is the situation right now in Estonia? In 2019, we started to invest in AI more aggressively. And 3 years ago, we only had a couple of AI use cases in the government, and we set out a kind of an ambitious goal that by 2021, we should have at least 50 AI use cases in the government. Today, I'm glad to say that over 80 different projects have been carried out, and many others are right now underway. And the idea was to get the basic kind of experience of utilizing. And different memory institutions have played a crucial role in making that objective come true. For instance, National Library has been involved in many projects. And thanks to those experiences, we are able to better plan our strategic agenda for the next few years as well. And hopefully, such use cases also help to innovate the organization at large as well. The number of organizations that have invested in AI has grown tremendously as well, from just 4 in 2018 to 36 this year. And in order to provide kind of means for utilizing AI in an easy manner, we came out with the concept of reusable AI components. These are different AI components that are open source, free of charge for both the public and the private sector. And today, over 20 different organizations have already utilized some of them. Not organizations, use cases. And I must reinstate that today there are no fully automated processes. Even though we can automate different tasks that people carry out, we still need to be aware of the risks that come from that. So instead, AI today is there to support a person. We are only automating tasks that are easy to automate and don't inherently have too much risk in it. So what are some of the use cases that we have carried out? For instance, I mentioned before unemployment insurance fund. They are identifying long-term unemployment risk of people, providing recommendations on how to increase employability. And that solution was also given the Best Data-Based Public Service Award this year. We are similarly using to optimize teaching. Imagine that imagine a world whereby it is not based on just kind of the age of the student, but their actual skills that we provide the teaching, the studying experience. And the idea is to really optimize the teaching based on the student's current skills. Today, the situation is that the teacher only can address the average student. And as a result, those who are excelling really well at some subjects or those who have struggles, they don't get that special attention. And the idea is to make the learning experience more personalized. Similarly, we have utilized different identifications, whether it is identifying clear cutting of forests, identifying the different farming cultures and so on. So remote sensing is really taking off. When it comes to different acts that the European Union is right now working on, then Digital Markets Act and Digital Services Act are extremely relevant when it comes to identification of forbidden advertising. In Digital Services Act, the idea is to make sure that the information that is provided to citizens is actually trustworthy. And we have carried out a project with Consumer Protection and Technical Regulatory Authority to identify forbidden advertising from social media. But unfortunately, the gatekeepers, in this sense Facebook, who are market leaders in some areas, are not too willing often to share data. So Digital Markets Act addresses that particular area, making sure that different whether it is public sector or private sector stakeholders, have a fair chance of operating in the market as well. That the government, the different services that are provided are trustworthy. And lastly, Emergency Response Center has carried out different projects related to assessing the emergency of 911 calls. And in order to make those solutions come true, we have been working with our national broadcasting, with different libraries on transcribing audio text. And from doing that, we are able to increase the precision of voice transcription, understanding what I'm speaking right now and putting that into the text so it can later be analyzed and used. And just one of the examples, which is one of our oldest solutions that we have implemented, is Cyticas, and it has been used in agriculture to detect whether the farmers actually mow the farmland or not. And as a result, the idea is to reduce the on-site inspections need. And also in customer support analytics, understanding why actually customers interact with different agencies. And in order to support different agencies in implementing AI, we have come out with different reusable AI components. Our National Library has been active in using textual analytics. They also have themselves developed a tagger to map or provide tags to different books in the library, keywords. Right now, this is done by people, but replacing mundane tasks is the goal. And all of these solutions can be also used internationally. Perhaps speech recognition, speech synthesis is not that much of help because they work in Estonian, but otherwise, the idea is that if we develop something in Estonia that can be used by anyone else, then we should do that. And international as well, we need to work on sharing the things we do. Right now, we are in the process of developing chatbot and process analysis. Process analysis gives opportunity to understand how customers use different systems. Chatbot is an open source platform that different agencies, private sector can utilize to automate customer support. And we are working on different core solutions, whether it is in video and object recognition or even abstract maker. They are extremely relevant to different memory institutions. But it now brings me to the next important step that we try to make. And I'm going to play a small video to illustrate that.
Bureaucrat. I'm not sure what there is to talk about, really. What's so special about it anyway? All right. Bureaucrat is merely the official AI-based virtual assistant of Estonia. Honestly, it doesn't do anything that remarkable. Actually, it mostly does completely mundane and sometimes even boring stuff, such as applying for a permit, renewing your identification, or reporting lost documents, applying for family benefits, or borrowing a book for school, standing up for consumer rights, dealing with a fender bender, notifying of vaccinations, identifying mushrooms, and 1,000 other boring things. Now that you've listened to all this, you're probably wondering what you will do with all the free time on your hands. Well, who would know? Who would know?
It's the perfect weather for a day at the beach. I'd recommend taking the electric scooter and hopping on a bus.
With the help of eEstonia's virtual assistant, Bureaucrat, you won't lose any more time solving everyday problems. Pick your preferred device to interact with Bureaucrat and get everything done through one communication channel.
How can I help you?
So as you saw, the idea of Bureaucrat is to provide public services through virtual assistant. And we see that by 2024, there is possibility of using different government services by voice in Estonian, Russian, English, and other languages, and using any device and channel to do that. And also the government would proactively interact with the citizen. And this brings me to AI regulation. The European Commission came out with a proposal for AI regulation a few months ago. And the background was that AI systems, they are complex, there is unpredictability, they are not transparent. And in order to regulate, they saw that the AI should be, in some instances, banned. In other areas, a lot of different mechanisms should be put in place, for instance, to ensure data quality, transparency, and so on. But the overall aim was to cover all AI. But the definition itself, the different techniques that Commission has brought out right now, covers not only AI, but different regular IT systems as well. So in many ways, the AI regulation regulates almost anything, or everything, I could say. And in unacceptable risk, for instance, social scoring, that is prohibited. This is understandable. But when it comes to high risk, then they are compliant to different AI requirements and ex ante conformity assessment. For instance, the proposal says that data must be fully controlled without any mistakes and so on. So the quality must be assured, but this is impossible to put in place in practice. And while the Commission sees that the high-risk systems comprise of only 10% of all AI systems, then considering the experience of Estonian, then it is today at least 40%. And we see that more and more systems, they actually fall into the high-risk category. And some of the examples, the recruitment, the unemployment agency example, or different healthcare systems, they are all labeled as high risk. When it comes to medium risk, then there is transparency risk, that people are unaware that they interact with an AI. And it is important to make sure that everyone knows that. So the chatbot bureaucrat must inherently say that I'm a robot, I'm not a person. And there are, of course, some solutions that have no or minimal risk. And perhaps the culture sphere is one of them. And as a result, there are different rules that needs to be regulated in the high-risk area. You see the biometric identification, you see educational and vocational training, employment, what I already mentioned before, law enforcement, and others. So it is really kind of far-stretching and affecting almost every field of the life. And there are different requirements. Training and validation and testing data must be relevant, representative. There must be human oversight and so much more. But in practice, it is impossible to put many of them in place. And as I said, the Commission is in opinion that most of them will not be high risk. That's true. In Estonian case, 60%, but still, almost half of the different solutions fall under high risk today. And it also applies to different cultural applications that involve deepfakes, for instance, GAN, which is kind of tremendously getting more attention. But the European Union is also tapping into kind of supporting, not only regulating. So whether it is through setting up enabling conditions for AI development uptake, through Sandbox initiative, or providing different means to improve talent and skills of people, these are definitely welcomed. But in my opinion, more kind of resources should be built in talent and skills, also collaboration with different stakeholders instead of regulation right now, because the regulation doesn't address what is actually the problem. And next, we are working right now on consent management platform. And the idea is to enable citizens to give third parties access to their data. And this is especially relevant also in terms of different memory institutions that can then provide third parties means to access the data that they have on different citizens. And from an European side, there is Data Governance Act that regulates even pseudonymized and anonymized data sharing, and makes it mandatory that a person must give a consent for others to access their data. And similarly, there's right now public consultation on Data Act, which regulates data exchange from private sector to government. So if there is a need from government to get access to some data from private sector, then Data Act addresses especially that. For instance, during the COVID crisis, we saw a need to access mobility data, how people actually move throughout the cities in different areas, how much time they spent at home. And this enables the government to decide different mechanisms on how to combat COVID. Of course, everything is done in an anonymized way. And lastly, open data. Open data is a field that has become extremely mature. In Estonia alone, the available data has increased more than 10 times. And the market value of open data today is close to 354 million euros. And it is expected that by 2024, the market value in Estonia is close to 450 million euros. In Estonia, we have set out different standards. We are using controlled vocabularies made public by the European Publication Office, but there is still a lot more we can do. And across Europe, memory institutions have an extremely important role in carrying that field further away. Even though Open Data Directive itself does not put any requirements on memory institutions, I would still restate that memory institutions must be kind of forerunners at that specific field. And in Open Data Directive, there are important changes related to dynamic data, high-value data sets, and also some other additional requirements. For instance, enforcing different standards related to how data sets are described, so metadata standard. Also, every data set must have a standard licensing. There is the definition of dynamic data, which must be made available through APIs. Data must be also available from National Open Portal. and much more. And also, the directive sets out different high-value dataset categories related to geospatial data, statistics, mobility. In Estonia, we are proposing an additional category, language corpora. And I see that memory institutions have an extremely important role in making sure that the languages, the smaller languages, that they can still exist in a digital age. So without open data, it is impossible to develop machine translation, speech recognition, and other technologies. And this is just some of the examples on how far the Commission is going. Different data, different categories are going to have precise kind of expectations on availability, metadata, and so on, how they should be made public. But this is kind of running to the end. We need to work on connectivity, national cybersecurity, and kind of the KPIs for us is that 90% satisfaction with public services. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry for rushing you towards the end of it, but that's fine. Thank you. You showed us different angles how the European Commission is looking at this problem. Important there are people in there, but where do you think this is going now? You showed us bureaucrat as the next level or master of other AI tools or crutches or Dr. Evil, if you wish, maybe. Do you see that the next step is that we see a new layer of AI tools that builds on top of the one those that we are experimenting with right now? Or will we come to a sort of come around and move to a next circle or improvement of the tools that we use now, make them more clever, find more use cases for them?
So definitely we see that there are more new use cases coming up, but it is right now in Estonia in the stage that we need to develop what we have already done further away. So most of the projects from the 80, they are today kind of POCs or MVPs, minimal viable products. So they are really addressing a really narrow scope. And Bureaucrat is one layer to combine all of those. So Bureaucrat is a kind of a network of AI systems.
A network of bots. Right.
Exactly.
Thank you. There is a question here that maybe you're able to answer
quickly
in written form, because we move on with the next speaker.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, picking up on the copyright topic and also the European regulations that derive from the digital single market is Ben White from Bournemouth University. He's a researcher at the Center of Intellectual Property Policy and Management. Ben, thank you very much for joining us. Benjamin, this is your, over to you now.
Can I just check that you can, it looks like you can see and hear me okay. Yep. Yes, no. Right, I'm assuming that people can hear me, so I will just carry on. So thank you very much to the Estonian National Library for inviting me to speak today. I'm actually in Tokyo at the moment at a Japanese university here doing some AI and intellectual property law related research. So as mentioned earlier on, the new Digital Single Market Directive, which was passed in 2019, should have been implemented across member state law by June 7th, 2021. But at the moment, only a very small number of countries due to Corona have actually implemented the directive. And the directive is interesting because it includes not only one, but actually two limitations and exceptions to provisions which allow what the directive refers to as text and data mining. We've heard the term AI today. I personally don't particularly like the term AI because it isn't really intelligent, and I'm not sure it's, so we're a million miles away from artificial intelligence. So I actually prefer the term machine learning. So just as a quick recap, as I'm sure everybody knows, what we're talking about here is the analysis of data, increasingly large amounts of data, which are then synthesized using now computers. You could, of course, do text and data mining and analysis with a pen and paper, but we're really talking about computers now. So what the computers are doing is analyzing data and making essentially predictions from that data. So, and because of this, we can discover new knowledge. Lots of examples here, but I think this is a particularly fascinating one from the UK, where some people, some data collectors were employed, and they went through paper PhD theses. And as a result of that, they found 50% of all the molecules that they found in the PhD theses were not recorded in existing molecular databases. So all this information sitting across lots of PhDs, which is essentially not dead to anyone who doesn't physically enter the library and read those PhDs. So, there's lots of new information that can be discovered by computers. So I think when we hear the term AI, it often seems to me that probably what people are talking about most often are neural networks. And I just wanted to make it clear that there are many different types of machine learning programs. So this is a little machine algorithm cheat sheet. So depending on what type of learning you're doing, and depending what your particular issues are, it recommends, as you can see, different sorts of AI, different sorts of machine learnings. So quite simple software like decision trees and logistic regression, random forests, again, multiple decision trees essentially, neural networks, SVM models, I'm sure, are here. So there isn't one type of AI, one type of machine learning. There are many, many different programs. And some are quite simple, historical, like logistic regression, and therefore are very explainable, very transparent, very easy to understand, going through to more complex machine learning models like neural networks. So I just wanted to sort of, AI is this sort of mysterious marketing term that a lot of people use. But in reality, there are many different technologies, and some are quite simple and some are less simple. So what I'm really going to focus on today is the Digital Single Market Directive. And I'm also going to critique it slightly. And then at the end of the presentation, if there's time, and please intervene if I'm running over, I'll talk a little bit about what we see in Japan and what we see in the US, because I think the European approach is essentially rather disappointing. Not less so, I think, for cultural heritage institutions and universities. I think it's very good there, but certainly for businesses, and businesses, of course, are the main users of machine learning. We've ended up with a very poor copyright-based solution, which will ensure that Europe is not a great place, I think, to do machine learning if you're a business. So we've got two exceptions, two provisions. One is aimed at research organizations, cultural heritage organizations, and people associated with them. You must have legal access to the content. So if you suspect the material to be illegal, and you don't have lawful access, then you cannot do the analysis on that material. No money is payable to rights holders for this. And I think very, very importantly, if the contract prevents data analytics, machine learning, you can ignore the contract. The exception, this new provision in law, once it's transposed into your country, will allow you to, under this article, do text and data mining if you're in a research organization or a cultural heritage organization. You don't need to worry about what the contract says. And rather interestingly, this is rather a grey area. I don't know if it's an oversight or quite what. There isn't an explicit exclusion in the directive for the Computer Programs Directive. So it kind of raises the question, does that mean that you can't do data analytics on other software? And I think if the answer might be that you still can, or the answer might be that you can't. So there's a question mark certainly about data analytics and machine learning, where what you are analyzing is software. It requires some form of stakeholder dialogue, which will be convened by the government, where universities and cultural heritage organizations have to sort of discuss primarily, I think, storage of the data. So the directive makes it quite clear that you can keep the data that you're analyzing, the copyright data that you're analyzing, for as long as you want. But the directive talks about trusted intermediaries and keeping the third-party data, the in-copyright material, the material that's subject to database rights, within an appropriate level of security. And I think it's really important that in any such dialogue, it's made very, very clear that universities, cultural heritage organizations are trusted intermediaries. There is no requirement for data to be held by a third party. And on the contrary, any such requirements would undermine your ability to do research, as well as if you look at a lot of the requirements by funders, it will actually undermine and conflict with the requirements that funders put on any funding that they've given for data analytics purposes. So hopefully, when it's transposed into, or if it has been already, if you're in Germany and the Netherlands, for example, it will have been recognized that universities, cultural heritage organizations, research organizations are trusted intermediaries. No requirement for material to be stored elsewhere. Technical protection measures in kind of natural language, often called DRMs, digital rights management systems. These are technical technologies which essentially stop you from being able to copy a digital work. So, for example, capture technology is a sort of technical protection measure. The directive does not allow technical protection measures from preventing your right, and I would assert it's a right under Article 3 to do data mining, AI, machine learning using in-copyright material. And as part of stakeholder dialogue, or even if there isn't stakeholder dialogue, I think the issue that we face in most European countries is that if you cannot do the data mining because of a technical protection measure, you then have to go to government to say, I need access to this material, give me access to this material. So then the government will have to contact the rights holder. And often in nearly all, the vast majority of member states, it's really unclear what this process is. Who do you approach? How long will it take? So I think as part of transposition, in order that your university's research organizations' abilities are not to do machine learning and not undermined by technical protection measures, I think it's really important to get a very clear understanding hopefully a commitment in law. Actually, how long does this process take? How long will it take? What are the response times? You know, I would say that government should sort this out within 72 hours. A lot of money is going into doing machine learning. And if you can't access this material that you have a right to access, then, you know, I think you could make a case that compensation, you know, should be forthcoming as well. So I think it's really important that research organizations, cultural heritage organizations are very strong on this to say TPMs should not stop AI and machine learning. If they do, this needs to be solved very, very quickly by the government. As a colleague said, you know, you get compensated if your train is late. Well, you know, perhaps if your data train is late, you should be compensated at all because of all the upstream investment that you're putting into the processes. And then it's stopped because there's some technical protection measure preventing access. The directive allows, I would argue, digitization for data mining purposes, so you can digitize analog material. What it doesn't do is it doesn't make clear if you have digitized material, whether you can have remote access and do the data mining remotely, or whether you actually have to go into the building where you've digitized the analog material. So it's silent on that. And again, I think it would be very important to get some kind of steer from governments. You know, if we are digitizing, I don't know, newspapers from 1900 to 1950, in order to do data mining, we do not want our data engineers to have to physically come in to the library where the paper copies sit in order to do the data analytics. You know, if remote access for digitized materials should be possible, and I think it's quite important that people, again, voice this need to government when implementing the law. So how do you've done your data mining, how do you then share the results? Well, obviously, if the result is yes or no, or the result is 23%, then there's no copyright. You can share the result. Maybe you can use the quotation exception, or maybe the illustration for teaching exception that exists in member states. So, or as we see in Germany, for example, the law makes it quite clear that you can share the results of the data mining, even if it includes copyright material of third parties. So kind of how do you share results is silent in the directive, and a bit of a problem, I think, that needs sorting, certainly at the member state level. So we also have the second Article 4, which is aimed at businesses in the main. Anyone can benefit from this. You must have legal access. And probably it is not subject to remuneration. The recitals are a bit confusing, but I think it's very unlikely that the intent was that this should be remunerated. So if there's any discussion in your country that this is subject to remuneration, I would again push back very strongly. So outputs can be kept as long as necessary. So I think that's fine. You've invested in the machine learning. You should be able to keep the databases and the results and the data sets that you've used in order to do the machine learning. And I think the wording allows that. So the downside of this exception is that rights holders can prevent people's right to enjoy this exception via contract. However, this should be made clear in machine-readable means, i.e. that you don't have to go and read every single set of terms and conditions and contracts in order to understand whether access is permissible or not for data mining. So they should make any prohibitions on data mining clear using machine readable means. And again, theoretically, you can appeal if technical protection measures are preventing data mining, but if they are preventing data mining, I would imagine that often it's because they don't want you to do the data mining. So there might be no point in appealing to the government using the appeals mechanism. So again, it would appear that under this exception, you can digitize material and then undertake machine learning on it. However, it's, again, as with the previous exception, it's unclear whether data miners and machine learning engineers will physically have to visit, presumably, the library, i.e. the same place where the paper collections are held. And again, it's exactly the same with sharing results as Article 3. You can share if there's no copyright in the material, and perhaps you could use the quotation exceptions, but there's a huge, I think, question mark over the sharing, other than in a few member states like Germany that have made it clear that the results can be shared. So as you can see, there are some good bits and some bad bits. I think the research exception is very good. Essentially, as long as you've got lawful access, then technical protection measures cannot stop machine learning, and neither can contracts. You know, we have the issue, how long will it take to resolve if technical protection measures are preventing access? But at least you are essentially given the right to do machine learning if you're a research organization, cultural heritage organization, or educational establishment. The Article 4, which is aimed at businesses, is extremely poor in my opinion, because unlike other jurisdictions, it allows rights holders to say, no, you cannot analyze the material that we have copyright in. So I don't know how much longer I've got, but I'm guessing somebody, if I'm terribly running over, someone's going to jump in and say stop. Just quickly, I will just compare and contrast with a few other major jurisdictions. So we hear a lot about China. I mean, China, with its, I don't know, huge population, is very inward focused in terms of its machine learning and AI-driven businesses. Japan and the US are far more export, digital trade focused, let's say. US, of course, one thinks immediately of the likes of Google, Amazon, Facebook, et cetera, So in the social media space, plus the logistics space with Amazon, Apple, multiple different markets, very export oriented. And Japan is a leader in robotics and driverless cars. So Japan is the only country in the world that has licensed driverless cars, which are at the eyes-off level, so level 3. So I understand in the US, they have hands-free driving license to drive on the roads, but Japan is the only country that allows eyes-off driving. So essentially, you don't have to keep your eye on the road. You just can't fall asleep. So these two countries are kind of quite interesting in terms of copyright limitations and exceptions. The US has fair use, which I'm sure many of you have heard of, which is a test. And Japan has introduced a flexible exception. So I won't go into the details. So this is the US fair use provision, which basically sets a test whether you can use an in-copyright work. And it's at least a four-pronged test. This is not exclusive. As you can see, the word includes, so it's not exclusive. The character of the work, the nature of the copyright work, the amounts used, and the effect that will have on the marketplace. So that's the test, whether you can use an in-copyright work or not. And there's a number of landmark cases in the States. I suppose the most famous is the Google Books case, so American Authors versus Google, and the courts ruled categorically that data analytics, machine learning on copyright works is fair use. Nice and simple. So case law in the US, you can do data mining. We don't have this very prescriptive, very tight exception that we see in Europe. So this is the Japanese flexible exception. So it's not an open norm. And what they've done, which I think is very, very clever, is they've basically said the purpose of copyright works, books, films, paintings, etc., is to enjoy intellectually or sensually enjoy the work. And there are many uses of copyright works, like data analytics, for example, that do not involve enjoyment of the copyright work. You know, the machines are not reading the data and interpreting the data to make predictions and look for trends and linkages. You know, no one's enjoying that. So this is essentially, it is caught by copyright because it involves copying, but the purpose of copyright, the Japanese legislature has decided, is enjoyment. And this isn't about enjoyment. So it's created this non-exhaustive, flexible exception that basically says if you're not enjoying the work, then you can use it. So this is the last slide. So this is my quick kind of compare and contrast of the different laws. So Article 3 is, I would say, probably the best, other than question marks that you have around sharing. And interestingly, in Japan and the US, you don't need for the work that you're analyzing to have been lawfully acquired. So you can use material to do data analytics that you suspect you're using unlawfully. You definitely can share the results in terms of Japanese law. Perhaps, I think it's less clear in US law. So this is my sort of, I won't go into the details because it'll take another kind of 5 to 10 minutes to run through it, but this is my compare and contrast. And I think the conclusion is that there are pros and cons. I think the EU has definitely done a very, very poor job in supporting EU-based businesses to do data analytics. US, Japan provisions far more flexible, far more supportive of business. I think the research organization and cultural heritage focused machine learning provisions, because they don't allow technical protection measures and contracts to override the exception, perhaps are the best, other than the silence on whether you can share the data, which, as I said, certain jurisdictions have made very clear. So, so I think Brussels has done a pretty good job on Article 3. I think Basically, if you want to do machine learning as a business, you are unlikely to want to stay in Europe, which I think is a bit of a shame. So that's it. I don't know what we're going to do with questions, but I will stop sharing, and then I will see chat.
Thank you, Benjamin, for this really detailed insight into the legal act of different countries. Now, in the AI domain, of course, there's been always a comparison often of the Chinese situation, the US and the EU, with China with almost no restrictions or regulations about what data can be fed into machine learning algorithms. US legal system sort of typically in favor of a company or an enterprise being in the center of protection, whereas in the EU we're always protecting the citizen or the consumer in the focus of this. Do you think that in the sort of AI perspective of things, the directive that you have just analyzed for us, is that really helping the European companies to, I don't know, leapfrog the other countries in the AI domain, or is there another sort of more fundamental legal reform required to help us gain or catch up at least with the other countries? Sorry, this is a bit general, but
yeah, I unfortunately, I think, as I said, it's done a very, well, not unfortunately, sorry, restart. I think the Commission's done, and the Parliament, of course, has done a really, really good job on supporting universities and research organisations using the slang of British youth. I think it's done an epic fail on supporting European-based businesses. I really think that this needs to be rethought. To me, it's unbelievable that the Commission has not sought to support European businesses in AI in regards to copyright material, which is essentially material on the web, which is the largest single database that's used. The Commission has not supported EU-based businesses, and it's extraordinary. We've got the AI regulation, which is doing some very, very good things. Again, I think you can perhaps criticize that for maybe over-regulating. I think it's a very difficult area. Previous speaker spoke about the AI regulation draft. I'm wondering if some of the obligations, again, will, on transparency, for example, are going to undermine smaller businesses and to the favor of the incumbents. And the incumbents in Europe are not European companies, they're American companies. So that's a very long-winded response to say they could have done much, much better to support businesses in Europe, and they failed.
Okay, we have a question that's come in via Slido, and it's asking whether writers could give a permission for linguistic data mining, maybe leaving aside the creative or mining for creative writing. But so is there a way how we can sort of take it away from memory institutions and go back to the authors or writers of texts and seek permission from them?
Well, I guess that's really what the directive has decided on already. The directive has decided if you're a research organisation, a university cultural heritage organisation, you don't need anyone's permission. And the theory behind that from a copyright perspective is that the expression which is what copyright is there to protect. The creative expression is not what machines are interested in. The machines are analyzing the data to make predictions. And so that's kind of the grounds of this, that copyright is there to protect creative expression. This is just processing data. So research organizations don't need authors' permission. That's decided. If you're a business, then the rights holders can decide to withhold their permission for you to do mining. So, I mean, you know, so yes, an organization is free if you're a business to decide whether you can do machine learning on that data or not, but not if you're a research organization or university.
It still sounds like we might need an update to the sort of license package that we typically ask from authors or publishers that right now, includes all sorts of publishing or making public varieties, but text mining is typically still not included in that. So I think we need to also, as a community, enhance and develop our licensing policy. I very much like the concept of enjoying the process of mining something. Famously, Garry Kasparov, when he lost the chess match to the AI, he said at least he didn't, or it didn't enjoy it. That may be a kind of deciding factor here, and maybe that's something that we could bring into discerning how the humans are reading and how the machine is reading. Have you come across anywhere regulation already on the works that have been created by AI solutions or have been written by AI? Do we have any regulation going in that direction as well? This
is amongst academics and also consultations from member state governments and the World Intellectual Property Organization. There's a lot of people that have been writing from copyright, let's say, plus patents perspective on the outputs of AI. And that kind of, certainly within academic circles, that dates back something like 20 years. So it's not a new topic at all, but we're a million miles away from intelligent machines. So I think it's a terrible, terrible red herring that none of us need to worry about at the moment, because there are no intelligent artificial machines making creative works. It's all human beings making decisions that the machines then follow.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we have a question here that asks, could an artist train a machine learning tool on images with copyrighted materials like paintings or photos to generate new images for art projects?
Absolutely, and that's happening a lot. There's a funny case in, I can't remember, is it Australia or America, where they did these on these funny like furry animals, and one of the furry animals that the machine produced and was used by the company resembled one of the inputs. So yes, artists are doing this a lot, but again, the point here is don't believe the hype. It's the artist that's doing this, and the machine is just following the instructions, which might be do this, do that, or the instructions might be select at random, or the instructions might be, select at random the ears, select at random the nose. But it's the human beings that are making the decisions. So do not believe the hype when you hear the hype. We are a million miles away from artificial intelligence. All of what we're seeing is essentially predictions or predictions or random selections.
Yeah, in any case, AI here is in the position of sort of work for hire rather than the actual author or creator that has, let's say, agency over the outcome.
Yes, there's lots of academic articles. Is it work for hire? Is it the author? Is it nobody? Is it... don't worry, we don't need to worry about this for another 100 years, is my answer.
Okay, thank you, Benjamin, for this conversation. We're going to move on now to next speaker, who is Ellen Eenmaa from Tartu University School of Law, and she's a researcher in information technology law. And she's going to continue along the copyright topic a little bit, but we'll bring in exactly that aspects of fairness and also transparency in AI-empowered access and exchange. So, Helen, please.
Hello, everyone. I will be telling you about fairness in AI-empowered access and exchange. This year's Digital Memory Conference discusses the ways to think about making cultural heritage smarter with the help of various tools available to us. My research at the University of Tartu in Estonia focuses on the fields of private law, technology law, and philosophy. When collaborating with computer scientists, I have been intrigued by the discussion of smart and algorithmic contracts. When discussing cultural heritage, we're seeing an expanding discussion on smart heritage. Using smart technologies is important, but we all know that the discussions on smart contracts and heritage are not only about technologies used by tech companies or the GLAM sector. They're only partially about the technologies that could be used in these fields, about processing of new types and amounts of data, machine learning, various advanced forms of automation, and so on. An important part of these discussions is actually about the approaches, norms, and goals we adopt in the changed reality. In the context of working with cultural heritage, this pushes us to reflect anew about the values and purposes pursued in our work, the outcomes that the technological tools might help to achieve, and the considerations of fairness that arise when making decisions about how to use the new tools and progress in our respective fields. This will be my focus during the next 15 minutes. As my role in our common discussion today is to talk about the considerations of fairness and ethics in relation to digital heritage, I will aim to talk about 4 things. I will first suggest some big questions about fairness that we should ask in relation to digital heritage. And then I will explain how law and ethics are really 2 sides of the same coin. I will then explain why we should talk about fairness when developing digital heritage, and then spend some time discussing how we might want to go about talking about fairness. Let me start with a few examples of the important questions that we might want to ask in relation to digital heritage and fairness. If we care about fairness in the society, what does this mean for the development of our technologies? If we care about access to cultural heritage, what does it mean in terms of inclusion and exclusion? If we care about intergenerational justice, what does this mean for working with digital heritage? As you notice, they connect digital heritage studies with considerations of justice and fairness, provoking to think how to bring fairness considerations into technology development, how to pay attention to choices about inclusion and exclusion when we consider providing access to cultural heritage, and how our choices regarding digitalization in the field of cultural heritage affect our ability to deliver intergenerational justice. Or alternatively, what justice considerations tell us about the choices we should make. These are some of the big picture questions I have thought about during the work we have done on cultural heritage and digitalization in the Recreating Europe Consortium, which we launched last year thanks to the leadership of Katarina Skanga at the Santa Anna School of Advanced Studies in Pisa and the funding of the European Commission. Our work in Recreating Europe focuses on digital copyright law and the use of technologies for the democratization of cultural practices. This also involves studying and supporting open culture through open data, especially considering that cultural heritage institutions are still struggling to overcome the legal barriers to access cultural data or reuse such data. In fact, We are right now in the middle of a 2-day workshop at the Egyptian Museum in Italy today, where we focus precisely on the topic of open culture and the challenges it faces. Now, in addition to that, we in the consortium are hoping to continue our work beyond the end of our current funding period to a next one, where we study how cultural heritage and the cultural and creative industries can drive the growth and social development in Europe further. They can also increase Europe's competitiveness thanks to their innovation potential. The hope is, of course, that the innovative approaches will increase access to cultural heritage and foster both understanding of it and engagement with it. And with this goal in mind, of course, today's conference here is a very valuable step towards understanding what we can do with the help of AI-empowered access and exchange for digital heritage and for the competitiveness of the societies where we work. As I said a moment ago, an important part of these discussions is not so much about the technologies we use or might want to use, but about the approaches, norms, and goals we adopt in the process of building digital heritage and preserving both tangible and intangible cultural heritage. I'm trained as a lawyer and a philosopher. This background has led me to teach a wide variety of philosophy courses, but also it has led me to create and lead an information technology law and research and study program at the law school in Tartu. During the past years, it has also guided my work on data protection and data justice here in Estonia, but also in the Global South. And this work has been particularly rich in the context of the COVID-19 related extreme data governance case. The use of technology in response to this pandemic is bound to produce winners and losers. As Lynette Taylor has said, all crises create political and market opportunities. They can align interests, shape political settlements, channel resources towards favored actors, and exclude those who are already out of favor. We are seeing all of this happening in the pandemic-related developments in technology policy. And we are seeing some effects also in the discussion of intellectual property rights, for example. The data justice discussion is fascinating. I will touch upon it very little today, but it's definitely something that's in the area of my interest, and it will continue to be so in the next years. But now, talking about being a lawyer in this context is something that I wanted to point out. Lawyers have a high tendency to map risks and list all the ways in which something can fail. But when it comes to advanced technologies like those we talk about today or those used on our markets, I see our role not only as guardians of the things that work today, but also as enablers. I think we need to create opportunities for the new technologies to grow and create benefits for the society and make our lives better. But we cannot guard the previous way of life, say before profiling, before targeting technologies. At the same time, of course, the need to be attentive, especially in light of the changes that we're seeing in the COVID pandemic, is necessary. As enablers, we might want to think about how to create opportunities for the new technologies, to create benefits for the society and make our lives better. We do not want to do this carelessly. Of course, we do not want to use technologies that minimize our role in decision-making or engage all hours of our lives. But as enablers, we can view many technologies as tools for improving our society. For example, enhancing human autonomy, allowing us to treat future generations with due consideration, increasing access and exchange among social groups, supporting the sovereignty of our institutions in defending our values, and so on. So this is the approach that I have adopted in my work in general, and I am adopting here as well. Now, when it comes to acting as enablers, we are of course not restricted to using one toolbox or one regulatory mechanism for helping the new technologies to support new advancements. As my role in our common discussion today is to talk about the considerations of fairness and ethics in relation to digital heritage, I want to talk about the tools that in some way help to pursue fairness. That is, normative tools like ethical guidelines, principles of justice, legal provisions, and the like. We know that norms are around us everywhere. Norms tell us what we ought to do. And every time we are told what we ought to do, we are faced with a normative statement. Now, let's think about it with the tools of philosophy. A statement about what somebody ought to do is by definition a statement about morality. And there are many points of view on what somebody ought to do, many points of view of morality. Each normative system has it. The legal system in some jurisdiction, a particular religion, a business practice among partners, an etiquette in a particular cultural context, they all put forward a point of view regarding how someone should act or behave. So we can talk about our legal system's point of view of morality, our community's point of view of morality, some businesses' point of view of morality, human rights frameworks' point of view of morality, economists' point of view of morality, and so on. And I'm not a relativist. Not all of these points of view are justified. We can argue that some are and some are not. Nevertheless, the point is that these varying points of view exist, overlap with each other, and conflict with each other. And that there is no such thing as morality in abstract or an objective morality. There are always points of view of morality. This means that when we think about fairness, we're often confronted with multiple points of view about what is fair. What matters is that the choice we make among the points of view is a justified choice. Now, let's think about fairness. The trouble with thinking about fairness is that it is not tangible and you cannot categorize it in a box or a drawer. When approaching questions of fairness, they tend to involve multiple fields, multiple actors, depending on the context, motivations, unpredictable outcomes, and so on. For example, when we ask what could be some guiding principles of justice and ethics concerning AI-empowered memory institutions, discussions could range from conceptualizing what it means to improve user experience and enrich the data, to debating the ramifications of society's legal choices, for example, those related to intellectual property rights, or the potential ethical implications of the technologies we use up until the fairness we owe to future generations. So it feels like a huge topic, especially as it seems difficult to get a clear idea about whether the work done on the matters of fairness has been comprehensive, covering all important matters, or in any way conclusive, leading to a clear decision along the way. This means that not only we need to ask why we should talk about fairness when making decisions about advancing our fields, but also how to talk about fairness so that it would lead to better decisions and be a productive enterprise. Based on extensive research in economics, we know that the why question can be answered in a relatively straightforward manner. Norms and other types of constraints are, in a way, tools for empowerment. Law, but also ethical standards, function as these sorts of constraints. I have talked about this topic elsewhere in much greater depth, but for the present purposes, I would be brief and say only that constraints are theoretically very interesting. In a way, they are a tool for creating cooperation. For example, markets need constraints for their cooperation by competition model to be possible. The minimal constraints that they need are property rights. Without such rights, one cannot give meaning to exchanges and negotiations and achieve a certain level of stability needed for liberal market type cooperation. In a similar manner, constraints can function as a tool for solving various collective action problems, including those related, for example, to climate change or those related to data management across jurisdictions, which is relevant for digital heritage. So using constraints, like requirements of fairness or more general coordination mechanisms, is a way to create cooperation or even to create the market. And cooperation is what we need because it helps to solve the problems that we have with collective action, which means that it leads to outcomes that are in our long-term interest, both with respect to digital heritage and more generally. Now, the question how to talk about fairness so that it would lead to better decisions and be a productive enterprise requires just as deep insights. How to conceptualize fairness and build it into business processes so that it would lead to better decisions and outcomes in developing digital heritage and lead to a social development. In a world that is full of data and data sources, the challenges come not with the availability of data, but with organizing, adapting, and reproducing these in a manner that is productive and fair. We all know how, with the new developments in natural language processing and computer vision, we can benefit from the new capabilities in tasks like translation, transcription, classification, which AI tools can perform without the help from humans. While pointing out these capabilities in her recent work, Pina Oruk draws attention to challenges with allowing machines to do this work due to copyright restrictions and particularly the rights of reproduction and adaptation. Some have suggested that fairness in this context and beyond is about striking the right balance. For example, Thomas Margoni at Create suggests that he suggests this when he discusses whether in the process of learning a human language, it would be fair to allow a computer to make a digital copy of training material in order to learn that new language. And this is very familiar in the use of AI in the digital heritage development. Thomas Margoni believes that it is necessary to strike a fair balance between creativity, innovation, and freedom of expression by using a flexible test. The test would compare the amount of original material reproduced with added creative elements, and then evaluate how distant the final transformative use is from the original work. Now, differently from the right balance view, a great deal of discussion about fairness is about being unbiased. The risk of biases and discrimination in the development, deployment, and use of artificial intelligence or related technologies has been in the center of attention for both lawyers and computer scientists. This has led to the use of terms like algorithmic fairness, automated fairness, and fairness toolkits or governance mechanisms, all of which are predominantly concerned with discrimination and, of course, avoiding it. Sandra Wachter from Oxford has done impressive work on these issues. She points out that the existing work on fairness in machine learning lines up with procedures for assessing cases under European Union non-discrimination law. In other words, there has been a considerable amount of work on how to build the considerations of non-discrimination into automated systems. However, even where the goal of avoiding bias and discrimination has been achieved, at least to the extent this is possible, this does not yet mean that we have achieved fairness, acted fairly, or followed a fair procedure. Fairness really is defined by social systems and philosophy, which tell us that decisions about fairness are decisions about right and wrong actions, which are the primary focus of normative ethics, the field of philosophy that helps to make sense of and evaluate various positions on how one ought to act. That is, various positions on morality, which we talked about earlier. The range of such theories addressing the questions of right and wrong actions, that is, normative ethical theories, is large. But in most general terms, we can talk about consequentialist normative theories, which define the right and wrong actions on the basis of the goodness of the long-term results that these actions lead to, and then deontological normative theories, which determine the right and wrong actions on the basis of multiple factors, including results. Among contemporary philosophers, and especially those having worked on deontological morality and fairness, the first name that comes to mind is probably John Rawls. He has played a major role in reviving an interest in the questions what makes a society just and how is social justice connected to an individual's pursuit of the good life. As Martha Nussbaum has said, the influence of his ideas has made those questions central to philosophy, and our age rich in arguments about justice, respect, and liberty. While his account of justice as fairness is an account of political institutions and the legitimate use of political power, it can also be seen as one of the most influential accounts of deontological contractarianism. The advantage of working with these foundational theories in general is that they help to refine the answers, possibly also in the situations we face when defending the decisions we make with regard to employing AI and working with digital heritage. As I said earlier, we live in the midst of various points of view of morality. In order to assess fairness, or generally speaking, the rightness and wrongness of actions in the context where we employ new technologies, we need to understand three things. Which points of view of morality are applicable to our context? How do we incorporate these norms into the model or technology we are developing? And thirdly, how does the deployment of our model or technology affect the system where it is deployed? There are frequently decisions that need to be made after the technological process has resulted in an output. We would not achieve fairness in the employment of technologies unless the considerations of fairness are also built into the context where we make further decisions. Organizing something, just as adapting or reproducing material, is a normative exercise. It requires making decisions about the categories we use for sorting data and the decisions about placing data into one or several of these categories. These decisions cannot be derived from the things we organize. They are normative decisions made in view of the purpose for which these data could be used, the audiences these might be relevant for, the status previously attributed to the source of the data, the point of view of right and wrong actions we take, and so on. These decisions are also normative in another sense. In the sense of making a difference in the world, decisions made about organizing something have ripple effects. For example, a determination that some data, let's say data pertaining to the protocol or of conduct in the office of the president, is a matter of state security rather than cultural heritage, leads to its inclusion in one discourse and possibly excluded from another. The data pertaining to the protocol of conduct in the office could potentially be channeled to the realm of secrets, or at most of public administration's internal workings. And it would not be channeled, for example, to the discourse on social practices and ethical guidelines. This is just an example, but the point is that the normative decisions made about data have ripple effects. They have consequences, and these in turn have their own consequences. When it comes to a debate between two parties regarding whose framing of fairness is the right one, it is possible that both hold the right point of view within their framing and normative system. But of course, when a court is involved in judging a case, it matters what point of view of morality the court holds. So in sum, fairness in AI-empowered access and exchange is not only about working towards an unbiased decision-making in building digital heritage or an unbiased reflection of the society and its heritage. It is about framing a point of view of right and wrong, be it in the form of ethical guidelines, legal provisions, partner agreements, internal rules of procedure, and taking this more overarching understanding of fairness as a basis for producing results. Ideally, of course, these results would be those that lead to a future which is in our best long-term interests, and results that provide at least the same opportunities for similar fairness to future generations. I hope this is a food for thought for the next conversations today, and I look forward to hearing your thoughts on these matters. Thank you.
Thank you, Helen, for this food of thought. There was a lot of it in your excellent presentation. Now, you talked quite a lot about fairly general terms: justice, morality, fairness. These are of course, difficult to capture. The word you didn't really mention, although right and wrong were mentioned, were included in your talk, was values. Values is something that, you know, the AI discussion brings into this, exactly this fairness conversation. Can we teach machine certain values so that we would know that it would behave like us or wouldn't do anything creepy that we wouldn't like it to do for us? Do you have a take on will we be able to teach values, the rights and wrongs to the machine, or are we very far from there yet?
It's a very interesting question, of course, and it really requires the competence of a computer scientist. But at the same time, when you think about right and wrong, and right and wrong actions, then the rightness of an action depends also on the goodness of an action. And the goodness is a matter of values. So every time when we determine right and wrong actions, we actually need to have not only a theory of the right, but theory of the good. That's just a normative ethical approach here, just coming from the background as a philosopher. But I am curious about whether it is possible to build values into an AI. And I'm sure that we can, if we are able to formulate rules, we're able to incorporate the values. Just that it might be more difficult to train AI to judge itself what possible values could be. And of course, that's the challenge for those developing the technology. So, and of course, I didn't talk much about AI precisely in my talk, whereas at the same time in the Recreating Europe Consortium, we are working on 2 streams focused specifically on AI. So in one of the streams, we are assessing the role of AI machines in producing literary and artistic content and judging its impact on human creators and the protection of the literary and artistic productions of AI machines under EU copyright law. So this is one of the streams that we are taking in the Recreating Europe Consortium with regard to AI. And another one is something that I mentioned very briefly, and that relates probably more to your question, and that's trying to understand the relationship between AI, machine learning, and the EU copyright law, and with especially regarding the ownership issues in training data. So the focus is on machine learning as a key technology for creation and dissemination of knowledge, the information that machine learning algorithms need to create new knowledge, or in other words, what they need to learn. And in terms of regulation, we're looking at the right of reproduction and its limitations in the overall regulatory framework of data analytics. So I mean, it is a question what machine learning algorithms are able to learn and how we can train them, and whether the data that we are able to provide them is something that also helps to determine the values.
Yeah, if we go by our own traditional way of passing on our values to the next generation, our children, we tell them read the literature. You gain our value system by reading the same texts as we did. So one hope might be that if we let the AI algorithms read all the texts that we have in our memory institutions, perhaps they will acquire some of the same values. But then again, in the world, there are many ethical systems. I think that the majority of our AI solutions are probably built on our, let's say, Western understanding, a Western philosophical understanding of what ethics is. On the side of this, there is a Buddhist ethics, or there are many schools in Africa. The ethics could be more around that you should not harm insects, or don't insult a god of thunder, or other systems of ethics that are really left out of, or mostly left out of this discussion of fair AI, although they may actually provide a better platform for thinking of how to bring in value thinking into the AI systems. But coming back to what your project is dealing with, as you described, do you think that caring about access to cultural heritage and inclusion and exclusion that you mentioned also across generations here, do you think there are serious implications of that we need to consider now? We're at the stage now where you mentioned data justice. This is something that heavily depends on skills of people, or data literacy, digital skills that they may have. There's a digital divide at the moment between people who are able to analyze data and not analyze data, whether it's in the form of text or numbers or images. If we look at the cross-generational approach, we can hope that these skills are more widespread in the society in the future. But are there other concerns that we should think of in the context of AI and inclusion and exclusion and cultural heritage here?
This is, of course, a huge question. So you have mentioned the words inclusion, exclusion, also data justice, and intergenerational justice as well. Of course, they all related, but they could also be just analyzed separately. But one thing that brings them together is not so much the digital divide, but the determinations that we make with the data that we have and the training of AI that we do. So the determinations that we make today might affect the consequences that the employment of an AI has in the future, which also affects the decisions that our future generations are able to make. So the technologies that we adopt today definitely have those ripple effects, which I also mentioned during my talk. In terms of inclusion and exclusion, again, it's important to be attentive of the different normative systems we have. So by working in the global south, I've seen obviously that when we come with our Western norms and our regulations, these don't really resonate in the societies which we want to talk to. So what's important is to understand which normative frameworks they are working with and to listen more than to doctrinate about what should be done. Besides, by bringing our regulations to areas where these are sort of foreign objects, we are not really helping the societies. And we are also not making our technological developments help their societies. So there are interesting cases of data justice from South Africa with social benefits provision, but I won't go into this now. This is something that just characterizes so well how people need to be attentive of the not only data protection, but also just the mechanisms that are in place and the understanding of those mechanisms in the local communities. So a lot of work that Lynette Taylor has done on data justice addresses vulnerable groups in various parts of the world and their interaction with technological tools, data collection, data management, and the interpretation of the data that's being collected there. It's very interesting work. It's an ongoing work under the European Research Council grant, I believe, and it's still sort of in the process of leading to results. But it's worth keeping an eye on.
Okay, the intergenerational justice, that still interests me. Could you elaborate a little bit in the context of cultural heritage? What should we be thinking about here, or what are the concerns?
So it's difficult to put a finger on exactly what we need to be looking at. I believe that when we are making decisions today regarding which data to analyze, which tools to use today for the analysis, and we incorporate our values into those systems. So if to the extent that it's possible. This has implications on how the future generations, or even just the next generation, for example, after us, has an understanding of the heritage. So how we have classified information has implications on how they will take it from the ground and work with it. It's like with history, right? We constantly rewrite the history. So with creating digital heritage, we need to be attentive of the fact that while we are writing the history today in some particular manner with incorporating our values, it needs to be something available for being rewritten in the future. So what is coded today has to be something available for recoding in the future.
Okay, thank you. I think our time is over now. Thank you very much, Helen. It seems that our presenters are not really joining us from the countries where they're originally from. So until our next speaker makes her way to the stage, maybe I can ask you to type in Slido the city where you are watching us from, and then we get an overview of the geographical coverage that we have today. So please take a couple of minutes to a couple of seconds to type in where you are watching from today. Thank you. Our next speaker, in the meantime, please, Jana, join me here. is Jane Makke, who is head of Library Services Development Center at the National Library of Estonia. And she's going to present the work that National Library here has been doing with application of AI. And there is several of them, and we'll be watching carefully how the fairness features in your work, and we'll come back to those questions afterwards. Okay. Thank you. Please, Jane.
Thank you for the introduction. Indeed, as the National Library of Estonia is the host of this event, I'm happy to take an opportunity and talk about our library's activities in the field of AI. I will give you a brief overview of our undertakings, and I promise I won't focus on technical details. But first, I would like to thank Ott Welsberg, who was the first presenter today. Those who missed his talk, he made a wonderful introduction to Estonian government's strategic goals in order to boost the development of AI in Estonian public sector and even more to foster a public-private partnership. At least I can say that the strategy and the programs that were initiated as a result of it actually opened the AI door for us. And it has been a fascinating ride. So, what have we been up to? Let us begin with the customer service. Firstly, I would like to mention a bureaucrat, a network of applications which enable citizens to use public services with virtual assistants. Since it was already introduced in the first presentation by Ott, and you were hopefully able to see an introductory video as well, I'm not going to dive into details. However, I am proud to say that National Library is part of the development team. We joined the project at the beginning of this year with two other public institutions, which were Estonian Police and the Consumer Protection Authority. And in addition, there is a private company as a developer. And the purpose of this project through the lens of the library is to apply the bot to reply the questions of library users. The questions the bureaucrat app would be able to answer would be, for example, when I can visit the library, what would be the dining options in the library, how can I become a user? And even more, we hope that the bot will be capable of searching for a particular item from the e-catalog of the library. For example, if the customer asks whether the library has available a novel Lord of the Rings, the bot actuates a search in the catalog and delivers a list of items as a result. However, it won't place an order. Instead, if the customer would like to borrow an item, he or she will get the instructions how to place an order. But if the customer still should express the feeling of confusion, the real human will interfere. So what would be the benefits for the customers? Firstly, and the foremost is that the library will become available in 24/7. And finally, someone is volunteering to search the catalog. Regarding the library itself, firstly, saving the time and money. We do not have to allocate resources to answer questions that are frequent, simple, and in large numbers, but require a significant amount of manpower, though. Library will get analytics of the customer's questions and inquiries, and that could be used as the insight to develop and enhance the library services. Now I would like to continue with the next subject, that is copyright. As the copyright was mentioned in one of the earlier presentations, not only mentioned, but talked about longer, I must emphasize that we, like every other cultural heritage institution, have dealings with it as well. National libraries collect and preserve the national cultural heritage, and that brings a large number of tasks upon us. Among these, there is also a need to find out the date when the term of the protection of copyright of a work will expire. Such need is mainly derived from the digitization projects, as well as from the customer inquiries. Well, there might, of course, be other needs as well, but those I mentioned are dominant in our case. Usually, the calculation of the date is based on the metadata that is available in the bibliographic records of National Bibliography. However, sometimes additional research has to be done, whether to validate the data or fill in the blanks in the metadata. Calculating the expiration date is usually a manual process, since sometimes there might be a huge amount of authors involved in creating a work. Calculating the date might become a very time-consuming process. So again, to save time and money, the library decided to test a new tool for its staff. So what does the calculator do? Firstly, it validates upon the request if the bibliographic record has sufficient amount of data available. If there is sufficient data available, it calculates the date when exactly the term of protection expires. Then it delivers a result on the screen showing the date when it will arrive. The result will be on the screen. We won't enrich the metadata file, though. In case the data is not sufficient, the calculator delivers a relevant message. Due to lack of data, we are not able to, and 3 dots. This application has been built in-house. When we talked about bureaucrat, we have a developer for that. For us, it took approximately 3 months in total to finish the work and launch it in the sandbox of National Library's electronic catalog. And since then, it has been there for our staff to use it in their daily workflows. What were the main learnings for us? Well, first of all, it's not an AI, neither a machine learning application. It is built on rules and algorithms. It's very simple. And by following the carefully set up rules, it indeed helps to reduce manual work and save time. However, most problematic has been, like always, like we all know, the data quality. Unfortunately, there are too many blank spots in the bibliographic records, which seriously affects the work of the calculator. The calculator is just not capable of calculating the date if the birth dates or death dates of the authors are missing. And while it heavily relies on the data, we have discovered that there are too many errors in the bibliographic records. It's not a surprise, of course. It's just very sad. And that leads the calculator to deliver wrong results. And that is actually the reason why we haven't gone public with a calculator so far, regardless it works. Now, let's go to the data richness and content analysis. And I would like to introduce you our pilot projects for automated subject indexing. Automated subject, well, before I continue, I would like to mention that when we started with the following project, it was the first AI initiative in our library. And therefore, we probably had too high expectations in terms of the results. When we started the project of building an AI prototype, we stated a few hypotheses. Firstly, the manual tagging is not always relevant. What I mean by that, it depends on the knowledge of the particular cataloger. For example, if I have deep knowledge in genetics, which I don't, but need to index books on labor law, it will definitely have an effect on the result. The manual tagging is not always consistent. I mean that similar works issued in different time might be labeled with different subject keywords because the work was done at different time and by different catalogers. The manual tagging as such is not user-oriented. Well, we as the librarians live in our own organized world. And in the context of subject indexing, it sometimes has not much to do with the user's understanding of the keywords they would prefer to use. In addition, librarians have set up a certain methodology and principles to index library material, and of that our customers, unfortunately, do not know anything. Fourthly, the manual tagging is time-consuming. According to the research, it takes 10 to 15 minutes on average for a human to index a book. And related to that, the manual tagging is expensive. By stating these hypotheses, we were hoping to address them all and find a solution to overcome the shortcomings by developing an AI tool. So we decided to test with a prototype and answer the questions whether the automated subject indexing would be possible at all, whether the tool could provide satisfactory results, if it could help to save time and money for the library, and if it could help to improve the quality of subjects, and if it could be integrated into the daily cataloging workflows. We decided to work with books in Estonian language that were mostly published in the first half of the 20th century. The oldest of them was published in 1917. The youngest one were published in 2019. The main criterion for selection was that the items needed to be either in public domain or defined as an open access by the rights holders. So with that decision, we ended up with almost 10,000 books. And that's not too much to train an AI, I'm afraid. It took us about 7 months to finish the project. One of the deliverables was a prototype so that we could evaluate the results of the project. You can find it on the web. It's publicly available and everyone can test it. But while testing, please keep in mind that it was trained by using mainly non-fiction published in Estonian language. So after finishing the project, what were our findings? Sure, the automated subject indexing of Estonian language material is possible. It's not a question at all. But regarding the results of testing, the catalogers did not, however, consider these satisfactory and claimed that the results were causing extra confusion. Well, we need to keep in mind that there were only 10,000 books that was used as a training material, and that probably affected the models a lot. But to overcome the bias of the cataloger, the results were also tested with the ordinary users. They had to evaluate the tags assigned by the catalogers and then the tags assigned by the tool. And it turned out that on average, all users evaluated the keywords that were added by the catalogers a bit higher than the keywords assigned by the tool. One of the goals of developing the indexing tool was to save resources. For a cataloger, like I said in the beginning, it takes approximately 15 minutes to index a book. But for the bot, it takes about 1 minute to predict keywords for a book of any size. Furthermore, the bot does not need to rest, does not eat, does not have to have a coffee break or have a cigarette. It can work 24 hours a day and 7 days a week. So the results of the whole project demonstrated that it's too early to integrate the automated process into libraries' daily workflows. However, it is not absolute. We believe that it would be possible in the future if to continue training and enhancing the models. And we continue. Only we are focusing on the articles now that have been published in Estonian daily, weekly, monthly newspapers, journals, and in other serials. Currently, there are more than 7 million articles in our digital archive, and this number is growing on a daily basis. Of that 7 million articles, only 1% has some kind of tags. Some of them have been added by the customers who use randomly chosen words or phrases. Other articles have been indexed by the librarians who use Estonian subject thesaurus as an ontology. With this project, we need to find a solution how to automatically tag these articles without humanly interference. And by the March or April next year, we should have a prototype ready to evaluate the work of the AI. I really have my fingers crossed. Now, let me say a few words about the future as well. In our bucket list, there is a dream with which we want to address the data quality issue on the very basic level. We wish to work on the bot that would be able to create the bibliographic records, of course on a basic level. If we talk about the complicated ones, then it's a huge task. But this bot we are dreaming about should be able to scan a digital document and extract data such as title information, authorship, publishing information, standard numbers such as ISBN, ISSN, and insert information into a data file that could be used to create bibliographic records into the library management system. I don't know if it's possible, but I'm really hoping that we can at least start with this project. And of course, this bot should be able to analyze the content of the document and assign relevant subject indexes. Well, now I'm reaching to the conclusions. You might probably think, why are we doing it all? Well, first of all, we are eager to search for the ways how to reduce the amount of manual work as much as possible. And secondly, there are basically two options to approach this issue, either to build your own solution from scratch or use or purchase the software from the market. We decided to develop our own tools. And why? Well, you see, we need to take into account that of 7 billion people living on Earth, only 800,000 speak Estonian. And I think it's clear that we just have to take care of our language and culture, and this is one way of doing it. Thank you.
Thank you, Janne.
20 minutes.
Yeah, precisely. Really impressive. You're taking the AI on as a library on really comprehensively on all sorts of levels, facing the customer, but also doing the, so let's say, the traditional tasks of a librarian. In your talk, the money featured quite a lot. Save money and save effort and save time on doing something. Do you think that these things balance out, that the cost of developing an AI solution is less than the time that you save or the cost of work at the library that you save? Have you analyzed this at all yet?
Sure, it's a good question. We have thought about definitely, but at the moment, since we have been, like, let me say, financed by the EU structural funds and government, we more like think about the opportunities that arise from these projects and programs than actually doing the business analysis, whether it is really a return of investment.
What do you think the librarians will do with all the free time? They now have longer lunch breaks or more often coffee and cigarettes? Or?
They need to do something different, smarter work. Yeah.
Smarter work. Okay, we have a question here that asks, how does the tagging bot decide what is that is required to add a new keyword that is not already in the national thesaurus? And how are new trends and new vocabulary at all addressed by this?
Yeah, this is something we discussed about during we had our pilot project, and then we decided that since it's a pilot and it's very much focused on these particular titles and particular ontology, we are using Estonian subject thesaurus, that we won't concentrate on the new terms and new content that is coming. We need to find out the answers to our questions. But if we are going to the next stage of these projects, then we probably need to find solution for this issue as well.
So you're really prototyping at the moment. I'm also interested in the results of, as you said, ordinary users evaluating the subject headings assigned by the AI. Just sort of following from the discussion of fairness we had in the previous talk, and you said that users liked the subject headings or keywords assigned by AI. Could it be that that machine can be more unbiased than the human cataloger, who definitely will also be biased by something when approaching a text? Was there any difference on that level? Do you think that fairness and bias is something that we could measure, whether between human catalogers and the keywords assigned by the machine?
It's a complicated question. I wanted to say that training of a AI is well, it's not an AI like Ben said. Well, training depends on the material we are putting in and all the rules and different kind of different things we put into these models, and I think we can't avoid the bias.
Okay, maybe you should then consult with Helen from our previous talk about how to measure the bias in there. As a library, now thinking of other institutions watching you here, what kind of competences does it require from a library to start an AI project? This is not, know-how or skills that a library typically, or any memory institution typically has. You've mentioned both partners from outside, technology partners, and your own IT who have helped to develop these solutions. So throw some light, please, a little bit on how these competencies are shared between a library and the partners and how they're developed in the library.
Well, first and foremost, it is important to have a member who knows the data, who knows the collections that you have in the library. It is good to have someone who knows what is data, how is it working, who understands the data. It's good to have a data steward. Maybe it is super cool to have a data scientist on the board. But if you don't have such kind of stuff, then to have a person with the programming skills would do the work. In case you have an opportunity to outsource the development and the knowledge relating to AI and machine learning. Well, what was the next question?
Yeah, so do you think that it's mandatory, important, or nice to have for a memory institution to build their own capacity in this area, their competencies? Is this a must, or
I wouldn't say you can choose whichever way you desire or prefer. We have chosen the way that we have basically 2-3 people who are managing this field and have a really small team, like a brain trust in a sense, and outsource all the knowledge and expertise outside.
You're still at the prototyping phase. Do you think that there'll be a kind of full live implementations that will just, carry on ungoverned?
I really, really hope so, that eventually, at least with these articles, indexing tool, I really hope that we get into the live environment, and we can start tagging the articles really without the human interference. So it's fully automated process.
Okay.
I really do hope so, but I don't know if when we get there.
Okay, sounds very good. We'll invite you back for the next seminar in this series, and then you can report on how it went. I think now we're ready for a short break. If you have the opportunity, go and have lunch. We're back here at full hour. It's 2 o'clock in Estonia. In the meantime, if you can think of questions, suggestions you want to pose for the next speakers or for the speakers who have already been in front of you, please type them in the questions area on your website that you're watching us through. After break, we will continue with similar practical examples of using and applying AI in memory institutions and with the cultural heritage material. So you're very welcome to join us again at 2 o'clock and for the next 2.5 hour session. Until then. Hello and welcome back. This is the afternoon session of the Digital Memory seminar focusing on the applications of AI in the cultural heritage domain. We have 5 really exciting papers lined up for you for this afternoon. Each of them is discussing a different application area or a use case of AI in the cultural heritage domain. We're starting off with Eleftheria Tsupra from Europeana Foundation, and she works at the R&D team there, and she's going to present their work on image analysis with the help of AI. Please.
Hi, I'm Eleftheria from Europeana Foundation, and during this video, I would like to present to you how the St. George on a Bike project has been using AI to enrich cultural images. So first, let's see some context about the project. St. George on a Bike started in September 2019, so 2 years ago, and it will be completed in about 10 months from now. The project is a collaboration between the Barcelona Supercomputing Center in Spain and Europeana Foundation in the Netherlands. And the aim of the project is to enrich metadata associated with images from European cultural heritage using AI-based content analysis and machine learning technologies. So what are the main goals of St. George on a Bike? First, we want to enhance the findability of cultural objects in platforms like Europeana, and we want to do this by providing a service for automatically enriching the metadata of images based on their visual content. It's worth saying that such a service could be easily integrated via its API to other platforms that could also benefit from using this service. And the St. George on a Bike project wants also to develop a prototype search service in order to showcase how the generated enrichments could be used further to improve also the searchability of objects. Another objective that the project has is to upload the generated enrichments as well as the training datasets to open data sharing platforms. Of course, the first scenario is to upload this data to Europeana, which has data sharing APIs, but we are also committed to upload this data to European Commission's portal called data.europa.eu, and also to establish the research platforms like the European Open Science Cloud and similar ones. In order to be able to generate these enrichments and to meet our goals, we need data. And for St. George on a Bike, data means images, especially paintings coming from the early 12th to the late 18th century. The two themes appearing in the majority of the paintings from this period are religious art and mythology, and one of the main characteristics of these paintings is that they are very rich in symbols. An example of such a painting can be seen on the right. The symbol in this case is the flower that the angel holds, which is a white lily. So as some of you may know, the white lily was adopted by the Roman Catholic Church as a symbol of Virgin Mary, which in this case helps us to identify the angel that is holding this lily as Saint Gabriel, and also the topic of the painting, which is the Annunciation. Of course, to be able to identify paintings with symbolic meaning and collections that include these paintings, the original metadata can be very useful when they exist. So, how do we exactly process these paintings in the St. George on a Bike project? The first step in our pipeline is object detection. So we've used an existing generic model as a starting point and retrained it with our own data, so with cultural heritage data. For this, we used 98 classes that represent the most common objects with iconographic and symbolic meaning that we could find in paintings from Wikimedia Commons, Wikipedia, Wikidata, Wikipedia, and Iconclass. So these classes represent supernatural beings like angels, dragons, gods, but they also represent animals that appear in cultural heritage paintings like lions, dragons, and also biblical and historical figures like Jesus Christ, Virgin Mary, Adam and Eve, and so on. So using this transfer learning approach, we are now able to detect objects that represent these classes in paintings. And we see an example of object detection applied using our model. On the right, as you can see, the model was able to detect two objects in this case and to generate labeled bounding box for each of these objects. Excuse me. So we have an angel and a person. And this sort of labeling of the objects is already a good step, as it can lead to associating semantic tags to the image. And by semantic tags, we preferably mean URIs coming from linked open data vocabularies like Wikidata or Iconclass or similar ones. However, semantic tags is not the only level of metadata output that the project wants to handle. Another possible level of metadata output could be captions, or otherwise short, simple, and concise descriptions of the visual relationships between the detected objects in an image. And we see such visual relationships in the painting on the right. So we have a visual relationship between the person and the horse. So the person is sitting on the horse, and another visual relationship between the person and the sword. So the person is holding a sword. So for generating captions that include such visual relationships, we have been experimenting with bounding box analysis and natural language processing techniques. So by analyzing the size, the position, and the possible overlap between bounding boxes, we are able to make predictions about visual relationships and to generate more context, more information about the detected objects. So for this particular painting, we could say that, for example, a person that is sitting on a horse is a rider, a very basic example. Of course, generating these captions is not as easy as generating labels, as you can imagine. So this is still in an experimentary stage, I would say. Moving on to the data sources here, you see some of the data sources that we used in order to create our data set for training and testing the model. Of course, Europeana is one of these data sources, having contributed so far more than 2,000 images, but we've also used images from the ICON class, AI test set, from Wikimedia Commons, Prado Museum, Rijksmuseum, and many more. Currently, our dataset consists of about 13,000 images, and it's worth saying that these images have been manually annotated by the people working on the project. And the reason that we had to create these annotations manually is related to one of the challenges that we have been facing during the project, which is the availability of accurate and appropriate data for training. So what we found out is that the amount of appropriately annotated images is quite small, and these annotations are not always at the level of granularity that we target in the St. George on a Bike project. And even if annotated images are available, these do not target image regions, which means that we still need to create the bounding boxes on our own. And lastly, the descriptions of cultural objects, as many of you already know, do not usually focus only on the visual content of images, which means that to be able to reuse these descriptions, we need to pre-process them and filter out the information that is not related to the visual content. So in general, this means quite a lot of manual work. And at this point, it's also worth mentioning that we keep looking for more data for the project. So if you have interesting data for us, please don't hesitate to get in touch. Moving on to some more challenges, first related to copyright. So not all images that we wanted to use are open for use, which may create limitations. Another issue that we had is related to data flows. So we had some difficulties with tracking the provenance of collections that are aggregations of other collections, and perhaps a more serious issue that we had is related to link growth, which refers to the phenomenon of hypertext links tending over time to break, which of course may have a negative impact on the size and on the quality of the data set, especially towards the end of the project. Finally, another challenge that we see is related to the evaluation of automatic enrichments and how best to ensure their quality. So at the moment, we have been discussing several quality measures and assessment processes. One tool that could be used not only for evaluation purposes, but also, and perhaps more importantly, for sourcing more data for the project is crowdsourcing. And at the moment, the project is looking at organizing some crowdsourcing campaigns for this purpose. With crowdsourcing, we could get actually all different types of annotations that we need for the project. So from the most simple object labels to the most complex one, which is captions, including, of course, visual relationships. The problem with this is that in order to be able to get all these different types of annotations that we need for generating different levels of metadata output, we need to organize multiple campaigns with different requirements. And we know that some of these requirements, especially the requirements about creating captions, are quite hard to articulate. So one of the things that the project is going to investigate is how non-cultural experts can produce annotations with the same level of quality and focus as cultural experts. But in general, we believe that by combining the AI tools that we have with crowdsourcing, we can perhaps accelerate and improve the enrichment process. And that brings me to the end of this presentation. I hope this was enlightening. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Perhaps I start off with a question that we asked already from the previous speaker. It's about the competencies and how this was realized as a project. Did you do everything yourself, in-house, as it were, or were you relying on an external technology provider or a solution provider for this?
Yeah, hi. Yeah, actually behind this is the, I mentioned this in the first slide of this presentation. It's the Barcelona Supercomputing Center in Spain.
So they are helping you with this work.
Yeah, with the infrastructure, basically, yeah.
Okay. But the AI-related, the machine learning-related competencies, that's part of the R&D team at Europeana, or you're also relying on Barcelona Computing Center?
We are completely relying on the Barcelona Supercomputing Center.
Good. The fascinating thing was the relations between objects on the image and how do you capture that? And the even more interesting layer, I guess, is the dynamics of this relation. Is it about, is St. George slaying the dragon, or is it defending itself and its his horse against a dragon that attacks them? That's always, there are ways of interpreting this, and a good example of a source, how bias or misinformation can come into the description here. Have you looked at not just the static relation, like the man holding a sword, but also the dynamics represented in the picture? Have you gone as far as that?
Yes, I mean, we are experimenting a lot with this at the moment, but I would say that this is also one of the most challenging things that the project has to work on. So to go beyond these visual relationships, at least the basic visual relationships that I presented. So we are working on this at the moment. And
So these captions that you are creating, where do you expect them to end up afterwards? Where will they live? Will they be part of the description of these objects in Europeana? Or is there going to be a separate collection, machine-readable ontology of mythical creatures and art images? What's the end result?
Yeah, as I mentioned when I talked about the main goals of the project, so St. George on a Bike wants to develop a prototype search service. So one could search a collection using some of these visual relationships that I mentioned. So yeah, one of the outcomes would be to enable a user to search by those visual relationships in a collection. But this will be only a prototype service, and then we will see, of course, at Europeana how we could further develop this idea.
Sure, but when the user is conducting the search, is the image analysis happening on the fly in real time, or is it based on the captions, as you mentioned, that are created beforehand and recorded somewhere in a database and associated with the image?
No, yeah, it won't happen on the fly. It will be based on a list of visual relationships that we will have, hopefully, at the end of the project.
Okay. And crowdsourcing will be used as a way of not just validating, but also collecting extra information as an input. Did I understand that correctly?
Yes. Yes, actually, we want to use it in both ways. So both for sourcing more data, for training the model, but also for evaluating the automatic enrichments afterwards. So yeah, we believe there is a lot of potential with crowdsourcing, and yeah, the combination of crowdsourcing and the AI tools that we have developed.
So our previous speaker said that 10,000 books or texts is not really enough to train a machine learning algorithm to assign correct keywords or subject headings. What is your experience? Is roughly the same volume of images good enough sample to train your algorithm? Or you just said that you're looking for more information or more data. Do we have an estimate of how much is enough?
To be honest, yeah, I'm not sure. What will be the perfect amount, but I know, for example, that modern data sets like the MS COCO data set that includes images of present life objects is, I think, about 200,000 images, something like that. And yeah, at the moment we have about 14,000 images. So yeah, I mean, the more of the images you have, the best the performance of the model could be. And that's one of the main challenges, to be able to source this number of images. But I don't believe that we will arrive there. I mean, we are still having 10 months to complete the project.
So is there a way for the institutions that are listening to you now somehow participate in this crowdsourcing event or campaign that you are organizing? Is there a link?
Of course, but no, there is no link at the moment, because we are still discussing and working on the requirements for those crowdsourcing campaigns. So yeah, I don't have any specific information at the moment, but once we have, we will try, of course, to promote those crowdsourcing events to the GLAM community.
Great. So everybody keep an eye on St. George on a Bike project, and you'll have a chance to submit your own descriptions as well as your images of fanciful art. Thank you. We're now going to move on to the next presentation. This is going to come from Estonia and is discussing a fairly similar topic of metadata and images. To present, we have a duo of presenters. This is Mirjam Rääbis from the Estonian National Heritage Board and Tiit Sepp from STAK, a technology company. Please.
Thank you. Hi. I'm trying to make this work. My name is Mirjam. I work in the National Heritage Board. I'm the head of a very small but eager museum team there. We are 4 people, and even us are dreaming of AI solutions. And we are responsible of developing the museum field in Estonia. We have been developing a centralized museum system, MUIS, from 2008. All our Estonian listeners already know this, but I'm hoping that there are some that have not heard. But this has been a very big work for us. 13 years of work, almost 4 million museum objects described. I don't know how many hundreds of people doing it, but in this system that is online available and everything is available also in open data, we have 60 museums that are using this in Estonia. So naturally, we have started thinking for already a couple of years that you have all this data, you need to get something more out of it. And also you see the struggles that museums are going through making all this data available. So what motivates us to think about AI and data analysis? When, I don't know, 10 years ago even, or 20 years ago, a museum was filled with collection keepers who had been there for 30 years, 40 years. They came there after university, and usually they left, to be in their retirement. They are still the true databases of museum collections in Estonia. But nowadays it doesn't work like that. People come and go, nobody really knows what the collections are filled with, how much they have been described, and so on. So we, as a National Heritage Board, have started to think how to help museums describe objects and make this data available for people who have not lived in these collections. And of course, like I said before, we have almost 4 million objects. It's a lot. It's everything you can imagine that is in the museums. It is a lot of information, a source of wisdom. Like Ott in the morning said also, we have a responsibility to make this history available in different ways. And that's why we want to get as much out of this data as possible. And sometimes it might be a little bit schizophrenic because you kind of want to make more sense of it, but there are challenges. Of course, we also want to be in the forefront of innovation, like has been said many times here today before, for the same reasons I've described. And we think that AI is the future that we need to be part of now and not later. So a couple of challenges we have been trying to solve for the past 2 years using data analysis or AI machine learning. For example, there was a project that we tried to make sense of ethnographic collections in Estonian museums to find out if there are any gaps with all the rakes and tankards that we have in the collections, or maybe there are too many, or how are they used nowadays even. And that's also due to the fact that we are trying to build a common storage facility for all Estonian museums. So we are trying to make sense how the Estonian museum collection or a state collection really looks like and what we can do with it in the future. And for the same facility project, we tried to understand how much room do we need to build this common storage facility, because in the MUIS system There are all the measurements, techniques, materials, at least, well, we thought were described. Well, we didn't get much done with this project because there are a lot of gaps in describing the objects. And now, just last month, a project, GRAT Sally, ended. I also want to mention that it's very important to name your GRAT projects or AI projects, because when you name it in a way that people remember, then people start talking about it, and there is a lot of interest in our project as well because of that. But Sally tried to work on assessing the preservation of museum objects to understand when a museum object needs human touch, or what kind of materials are preserving better or worse, and how are they doing. And to make a GRAT to help us make these decisions, what needs interference. And Tiit later will talk about this project more closely. I'm just making an introduction here. And now we are planning a project called Folli, another great name. And that goes very well together with the previous talk about how we can use image recognition to help describe and automate these museum objects better. We are also motivated here by the time that museum workers spend describing objects. They have not been this only for the past 13 years. They have been doing this from the past 100 years, and doing it now again with the information system. So Folli will be our next project, and I hope that next time we gather here, maybe we can talk about this again. But like said today a lot of times, quantity and quality is a true wicked problem of data and developing AI. So one of the, I think, biggest conflicts is how different people take this assignment. We in the National Heritage Board or in the state, we think that there is all this data, and whatever there is so much ways to use this, but a collection keeper that describes every day or inserts this data, they have completely other motivations, and these have been changing over time. So there is a lot of problems with accuracy, validity or completeness of data that we have. And of course, the system that we have been developing has changed. Now we are building a second version of it right now, and it will be live next year. So migration of data from one system to another, and making minor changes how we describe objects changes a lot of all this data that we have, all these 3.7 million objects. So it is a wicked problem that I don't have any answers to, but I don't think that we should stop here and just give up, because well, I'm not a data scientist, and in my team there is no people like that. We are just ordinary museum people, but we have dreams and we have goals that we want to achieve. And I think we also owe this to the society, that when we preserve and keep all this data, you need to use this and you need to make it better. So we take baby steps, and we will be building in the future AI solutions, many AI solutions that will work. And I will give the word to Tiit now, who will talk about Sally.
Hello on my behalf as well. My name is Tiit. I work with computers, and in this talk I present you a bit about the Sally project we shared with the National Heritage Board. And the main focus is that since it turns out we have a lot of heritage actually want to preserve, to keep for the past and for the future. So we have around 3.7 million objects. They only like 2.6% of them are part of any expedition. So meaning that 97% of all the objects we have gathered from the past are actually hidden in vaults and taken out only from time to time. These objects tend to be from 1,000 different types, and they're made using around 6,000 different techniques and out of 570 different materials. This obviously is a lot of knowledge to gather. This doesn't fit actually into any human's head, but luckily it does fit into computers. And where it currently resides is like these big museums. There's a list of the largest Estonian museums, and all the museums that have this marked in blue were part of this project. So we have this Estonian National Museum, we have all these various museums that took part. And in every museum, there are these really smart museum workers who are looking at these objects, taking care of the objects. And every 5 years, they technically would need to take out this object, look whether it is as good as it was before, because obviously we want to keep these objects forever. Because if we lose the objects, we lose part of our past, which is something we really don't want to do. But it takes time to actually evaluate whether this object is in the same condition as it was 5 years ago, 10 years ago, or whether it needs some kind of preservation to make it more the way it was 100 years ago, where it actually might originate. So if actually we start from object 1, and all 70 museum workers will start to tend these objects, it takes around 90 minutes to tend one object. Then it would require 90 years to evaluate all these objects, which is obviously something we don't have every 5 years, because 5 years is the time frame we actually want to evaluate all the objects. So we have to turn to computers to make the work smarter, because we know that since some of these objects have been there for over hundreds of years, we maybe don't need to look at every object. We might just need to look at these objects whose conditions might get worse. And for this, we took a small fraction of all the museum objects that have several evaluations, because it turns out that computers and AI are like babies. They need to test something several times before they actually gain any knowledge at it. So like a baby who puts his finger into a plug, he needs to do it several times before he realizes that this plug contains electricity and electricity is bad. So we actually need several objects that have been evaluated multiple times, because we need to know when the object conditions get any worse. And only 1/4 of the data had this kind of evaluations, and only 1% of these objects had any kind of worsening or bettering of their condition. Worsening is obviously bad, because this is 1% too many, because we want to actually keep everything getting better. And so we have objects that have in Estonia 4 types of statuses. They can be from really bad to really good. As we can see, from this nice diagram where every gray dot simulates the status of object, that more objects tend to get better. These are these green lines, than they do get worse. So out of every 10 years, 0.3% of objects do get better, which is really nice, but it's still a bit too few. So we need to actually find only this 1% of objects which do get worse. And this is where this really smart, fascinating AI machine comes into play, where you plug in all the objects, and it will tell you in time how their condition will change. And we only care about this part where it does get worse. Because if it does magically get better, then that's good. And that's not really a problem. We're really happy if it would do that. And for this, we created a really simple model. Because if you remember, previously we had around 600 techniques, 1.6 thousand different object types, etc. But as I told you previously, computers tend to be like babies. They cannot learn too many features in the same time. They need to put their fingers into the plug several times before they figure out the plug contains electricity. And they probably need to do it several more times if the plug color changes from white to gray. And then they make actually the connection that all plugs are kind of bad. So we actually reduced the number of knowledge we take from every object. So we only took some object features, like which material it is, which technique it is. It's recorded usage history, so when it has evaluated, and the object's known statuses across all the evaluations. And then we plug in all these features into a model and ask the obvious question. In 10 years' time, which of these objects would get some kind of condition worsening? And we measure it based on if we get all what we mostly want to focus is if we do get all these objects whose conditions get worse. This is computed by this really fancy statistical metric called recall. It means basically the fraction of all the objects that got worse, all the objects that we estimated that will get worse, divided by all the objects that got worse. So obviously, if we would say that every object gets worse, the recall would be 100%, and we're good. But then again, we have to move back to this point that there are 2.5 million objects that have multiple evaluations, and even if 70% would evaluate them, we are back to the 70 years, which we don't want to be. So for this, we need to actually have this different metric called precision, which means that all the objects, the fraction of all the objects that did get worse compared to all the objects we say that will get worse. So it is kind of okay to be a bit pessimistic, but only 50% of time. So we can say that the glass is not full, but it needs to be at least half, can be maximum half empty. No more, no less. So we did just a lot of cool modeling. Everyone has a really cool name. We have Naive Bayes, which is named after a British mathematician who wasn't naive at all, but the name kind of stuck. Then we have these decision trees, which are not thinking trees, but they're kind of are branching models. Then we have this XGBoost, which is not an American soft drink, but a really cool model. And we tried to measure all the recalls and precisions. So recalls go from left to right, and precision goes to bottom to top. The perfect model would be that the data is only 1 point, and this is on the top right corner, which we never reached. But we reached this these conditions that with 50% of precision, we could estimate 92% of objects that got worse. which is not the best result, but it's still something. And if we would start using this kind of system, we actually might save around 70% of human time, which is obviously a lot more valuable than computing time. Because humans aren't babies, humans are smart, and they need to do smart work. Computers are cheaper. They work all the time, unlike humans who want to sometimes get like Saturdays off and sleeping in the night, etc. They're free of all these problems. But, and they only crash like from time to time, or when Windows needs an update, which happens like from every second week. And so they're kind of cool. And we presented these results in this kind of like user interface where the museum worker can actually see the objects, how risky you would think it is. And then he will notice that all the objects that are like high risk objects, they need to be looked prior to the objects that tend to be like low risk objects, obviously, which is kind of reasonable. We integrated all this, the system can be integrated into MUIS. So when MUIS gets developed into a new level, we can integrate our system into this new MUIS. But it does need some kind of improvements, obviously, because it was this prototype project. The user accessibility can be improved because easier it is for users to actually use the interface, the more time it always saves. Because the more accessible the interface is, the more time we save at looking every object, no matter whether its condition is good or bad. And this also is related to the second point of like general functionality, how to sort, filter out all kind of these processes that the museum workers are doing from day to day. The model should be better because we still missed about 8% of objects. This is something we cannot be ever happy about, because it means that if we would rely on this kind of system, not 8% of history would get into this process of fading from our memory, which is really, really bad. There are also some kind of like alternative approaches we could use, like using word classifications about descriptions of what is a problem with the object. We couldn't use it immediately because humans are creative. They don't write always like machines would love them to write, like object corner, some kind of fault, hole into blah, blah, blah. Humans tend to write like with normal human sentences, which are really fine to read for humans. But these baby computers we use, they kind of don't like them. Obviously, you could like improve with smart warehousing, so that museum worker wouldn't need to actually just go fetch the object, but the museum would fetch the object for the worker. Because again, like walking in the museum is good for your 10,000 step daily limit, but it's not really effective in using your brain power to do the actual smart work you should do. But it might be a start. So, there was a saying that life gives you lemons, which kind of is actually wrong, because lemons were kind of like developed from citrus fruit plants somewhere around year 700, and humans spent millennia of years to actually plant lemons all around the globe so that life could give us lemons. But maybe this might be the start of our small lemon, and if at one day you look at the blue sky, you could see your little yellow lemon tree. Thank you. Questions?
Thanks very much for this. I think you need to clarify a little bit to our viewers here. What did your algorithm use? Was it metadata? Was it images? Was it a combination of them?
So basically the categorical features we had for the objects. So which material it was made of, which technique it was made of. Also, all the evaluation history, which is the most important part. Mm-hmm. Because we need to know which kind of objects and when do you get worse. So, and that's also like highest limitations because of many objects we actually don't have several evaluations. And so it's really hard to predict whether this object does get worse or it will magically improve.
Mm-hmm. But the fact that they did get worse over time, that was recorded as a text, or was there also image evidence of these damages or, I don't know, defaults?
As a text.
As a text?
Right now, yes,
Okay.
yes.
Mm-hmm.
But that's a analysis and prototype, so Sally that's the first version of Sally.
Okay.
Yeah.
We have a question here that asks, what about data about the storage facilities where this object stayed in that during that time when its condition got worse? I guess is the correct way of putting it. Aren't those what influence objects most? And what also about when the object was exhibited somewhere? Was there an impact of it being on an exhibition in between those two measurement points?
Different things can affect objects. Of course, the usage of it, like you said, getting out of the storage room, being in the expositions or mostly expositions. That's the most common usage of museum objects. But also it can rely on techniques and materials, like how old is the object and how it's been used before it came to the museum. And of course, our storage facilities in Estonia, like everywhere else in the world, need improvements a lot. So even staying in the storage room can make damage.
Mm-hmm. Did you also explore why did some objects get better over time? Was it because they weren't exhibited or
mostly
they
they
were?
get better when they are conservated, yes.
So this magical getting better event is most likely happening only then when because the evaluation is like a human process. And one human can say that this sword is like really nice, everything is okay, but the other can be a little bit more strict and say like this condition is not really okay, it's just a bit okay. Mm-hmm. So this kind of small variation, it still does exist.
Well, museum objects, like conservators always say that you have a chair, it has 3 legs. Is it in a good condition or not? It is in a very good condition when nothing else is wrong with it. It's just missing a leg. It doesn't make it worse.
Okay, so but sort of judging from your explanation, we would really benefit from a good database and ontology of damages to museum objects. Is there something machine readable being developed somewhere around the world that you've discovered already?
Well, basically, even the status we have now, they can be used, but they can't be used like immediately because we need this more and more text analytics, and the more and more text analytics we get on top of it, and the text modeling, the more data we can actually extract of it. Mm-hmm. Obviously, it would be easier for machines if we would have just like all these things that can happen are like distributed into various categories and evaluated in like this damage or the status worsening in a scale of 1 to 100, 0 to 100, etc. Mm-hmm. But we cannot like move to this. Humans will never be machines, but we can try to organize our knowledge in a systematic and organized way.
Mm-hmm. But out of your work that you're doing here now, would there be something that you could share? Let's say the damage types or the predictive models that other museums, perhaps in other countries, could be reusing?
We have what very good part of this project is that there is a very good or several reports actually written in a very much human readable way that because even I can understand it. And the one problem with this is that right now it's in Estonian, but it's all in our webpage, and I think we need to also translate it at some point.
So all that's left is to invest into machine translation tools that can understand museum speak. You mentioned from the earlier in your presentation, you talked about some projects that were never started because there were problems with data quality.
We started them.
You started and then realized that there were issues. Okay, but there were gaps in data. Was there anything else that you noticed, or what problems with data were there? Can you be a bit more specific?
Well, when you have a project, you always have different, very specific questions. Even like with Sally. Sally asks very specific questions, and the available data that can answer these questions. And this is usually, like Jane also said before, that 10,000 books is not enough. So we also have this problem that these 3.7 million objects, firstly, they are very different objects. And they can be photographs, they can be different kinds of, just everyday items or whatever things, art and so on. And they have been described in very different ways. Humans are creative, like has been mentioned before. So the available data that can answer the specific questions is always too low. And there are problems also with accuracy of this data. So people have made mistakes just inserting data. There are a lot of duplicates, like whatever you can imagine. And you go into the database of 3.7 million objects.
Entered by so many different people. I guess the problem more is the number of people who've been entering this data into the system.
I would not want call people problems, but
people are solutions. It might be that the time has changed when this information was inserted, because like the priorities also like in studying these old objects vary across time, and different features and different parameters are set into more focus across different times.
Yeah, we had a paper earlier that discussed this intergenerational continuity of concepts and values. Okay, a little bit also about the background. You said that ordinary museum workers don't do the tech speak. So how is your collaboration going here? How is the division of roles? So what is required of a museum or a museum agency to start an AI project?
Well,
is it difficult? Can anybody?
I think anybody, yes. If I can, anybody can. But I mean, firstly, you have to have a problem in your hand, and you have to recognize that there might be help in technology. And we, as a small team, have been used to outsourcing very different projects. So it's kind of there is actually a very good, I think, network among memory institutions in Estonia, which you can always ask help from, or even the economy ministry that is very interested in people starting these projects. And we have also done some deep dives with museums, because we work with this MUIS system, but there are many other ways which you can use AI. And you just need a problem in your hand, a will to do it, and also an understanding that it can fail, so a will to experiment as well. Yeah.
That's a very good start. And from your point of view, are museums, or let's say memory institutions, cultural heritage, is that an interesting and challenging use case or application area, or is it sort of run-of-the-mill for this type of technology?
Well, it kind of feels like they're really fascinating, because you kind of try to use the future to make better the past. And those are like philosophy behind it is like really fascinating. And the memory institutions are kind of like really good partners for us, because they also want to organize the data. They have like always wanted to organize the data, starting from like the Library of Alexandria. Even there, they just try to organize data, which is kind of like the best kind of customers for us.
That's very true. Yeah.
Yes.
So.
Okay, we're in the business of sorting out the world. Thank you for your presentation. We're going to now move on to the next presentation that looks at a use case for AI that is not really short of data, as some of these papers have mentioned. We're going to look at newspaper content and how this is being analyzed in the project called Impresso. And to tell us all about it is Maud Ehrmann from Digital Humanities Laboratory in Lausanne, in Switzerland. Please.
Hello, and welcome to the presentation of the project Impresso, Media Monitoring of the Past, at the occasion of the Digital Memory Seminar of the National Library of Estonia. I'm Maud Ehrmann, and I work as a researcher at the EPFL-DH Lab in Switzerland. I will give a very brief overview of this interdisciplinary project on historical newspaper mining. I'm the only person talking here, but it goes without saying that the whole Impresso team and partners are behind this work. So this project focuses on historical newspapers. It is long that we do not see any more newspaper sellers running towards us like this, but we are all very familiar with newspapers. They are published in centuries on a regular basis, and they act a bit as mirrors of past societies. They record wars and minor events, they report on international, national, and local matters, and document the day-to-day life. In a word, they keep track of the great and the small history, and they hold a very diverse, dense, and continuous information. Historians are well aware of the value of these sources, and they use them since long to work on various historical questions in, for example, intellectual, economic, cultural, or diplomatic history. The interest of historians is all the more important since the traditional barriers to the use of historical newspapers, that is to say, difficult access and tedious exploration, have started to fall. If 10 years ago, one needed to turn a lot of pages and to read countless articles to find what she or he was looking for, nowadays, many libraries are offering online portals where it is possible to visualize facsimile and to search the text extracted by means of OCR, search often completed with metadata facets. So this represents a huge step ahead in terms of preservation and access to documents. However, keyword search is not always satisfying, and there are issues such as too many hits, irrelevant hits, or false negatives caused by bad OCR. What is more, and somehow paradoxically, if data is accessible now, it is somehow still too big to be explored, and researchers get lost in this wealth of text. So if we ask historians what they would like to do, their requests are, for example, the following. They would like that we help them, for example, to expand their query based on common OCR mistake and spelling variants. So for example, if someone will look for the word regierung, meaning government in English, it will be good if an automatic system could suggest morphological variants of this word, as well as words having similar meaning. In this case, we could have the support of automatic lexical processing. Another request, which comes often, is help me find the frequency of a word, which is quite classic as a request, but I would like this in articles of a certain type or certain thematic. And this echo as well the wish of being able to distinguish between real occurrences from false positive coming from, for example, stock market or advertisement. In this case, we will need to segment the pages of newspaper as well as to classify them. And for this, we could rely on segmentation techniques from computer vision, as well as on classification techniques from natural language processing. Another request, very classical, help me to find the name, a person in the article. For example, I want to find Jean Monnet and I want the right one. I don't want its homonym. And once I find this person, I would like to know with whom this person was mentioned often in the corpus. And perhaps more specifically to historical newspapers, people would like to distinguish between articles mentioning the person as an author of the article versus as the main subject of this article. And in this case, we could rely on MNRTT processing techniques from natural language processing. And there are many other requests which people would like to fulfill, like such as discovering similar items that someone might be interested in, appreciating the high-level thematic of a corpus or subpart of it, or being able to interact with the data and to build one's own collection. So we can conclude that there is a need for much more than keyword search, and that we should try to ask ourselves how to enable semantic indexing and exploration of large collection of historic newspapers. So this is what we try to do in the project Impresso, a 3-year project which was funded by the Swiss National Science Foundation and which just finished a few months ago. This project gathered 3 main partners, namely the EPFLDH Lab in Lausanne, the Institute of Computational Linguistics of the University of Zurich, as well as the Center for Contemporary and Digital History from Luxembourg University. We also received the support of associated partners who provided us with data or helped us with historical research and co-design. To achieve this objective of newspaper data mining, the Impresso team was composed of people with various backgrounds, such as people coming from NLP or digital humanities, people who are specialists of design and web development, and naturally also historians. We also team up with a historical advisor and several associated with historians. So this was our team, and our plan to do this was the following. So very briefly, first, we collect sources from archives of different countries, mostly Switzerland and Luxembourg, in French, German, and Luxembourgish. Once we have the sources, we prepare them for processing, and we design, we adapt, and we apply a series of natural language processing techniques in order to extract the information contained in these sources. Here, what is at stake is to adapt natural language processing tools on historical and noisy data. And once we have extracted information, the objective is to make it accessible, that is to say, to develop an interface which allows to explore and visualize the source and the semantic enrichments. Finally, once the data is semantically indexed and it is possible to explore it, comes the step of really historical research. Overall, the target user of our interface is mainly historians, and from a historical perspective, the objective was really to improve content discovery beyond keyword search and to enable source criticism based on natural language processing enrichments and interactive data visualization. So to sum up, the main objective of the project were to improve text mining tools for historical text, to enrich historical newspaper with automatically generated data, and to integrate such a data into historical research workflows by means of a newly developed user interface. To achieve these objectives, we have been facing 5 main challenges that I would like to very briefly outline here. The first one is a very well-known one and relates to digitized newspaper silos with 2 main issues, coverage and accessibility. Regarding coverage, a survey showed that libraries have digitized approximately 10% of their newspaper holding. Therefore, the digital landscape of newspaper is very partial and fragmented, and this needs to be kept in mind. Then, even if newspapers are digitized, doesn't mean that they are accessible. And here is a profile of digitized newspaper in Europe, and here is the one of those available in open access. We are thus facing quite a complex and opaque landscape of media silos, and it's not easy to obtain the sources to work with. Our answer to this challenge was to devise and to implement institutional and technical frameworks which allow access to source for research purposes while respecting different copyright policies. So with collection partially digitized and not always accessible, we face somehow a tension between homogeneity and coverage, which is not always compatible with the research practice of scholars and historians in particular. On the one hand, if someone wants a very perfect and homogeneous data set, it will be nice, but it will be very, very small. And looking for coverage, we'll go towards something like what exists today as Google Book, very big, but very heterogeneous. So both are not really satisfying for research purposes. And somehow the current situation with respect to digitized newspaper is in between, and with more digitization going ahead, we perhaps go towards a better situation. So this was the first challenge. The second challenge relates to data, physical acquisition and pre-processing, aspects which are, it's 2 aspects which are often overlooked. So what is the data which arrive to us in such a project? Well, different things. We first have the output of the OCR, which comes in different formats, Metsalto, proprietary formats such as OLIVE, PDF. Then we have images, which come also in different formats. And finally, we have some metadata, again, in different formats. So the first thing we have to do is to transform this digital archive into processable data in order to be able to process it at scale and in the same manner. So what we do is actually to normalize, meaning that we bring everything to a common representation. And what we have to keep in mind is that each time we normalize, there is a risk of losing data. And so what happened very concretely during this process, we had many surprises and discovered that digitized sources are really, to put it frankly, quite messy. Regarding OCR data, we encountered the problem of empty folders, corrupted archive, and many inconsistencies. These problems certainly have their origins in previous steps, and for this, we try to collect information. Similar problem occurs with images, with box coordinates, for example, which are rarely correct, as well as metadata, which is often incomplete and non-normalized information. So overall, before processing text, there are a lot of hidden steps which really lay the ground for all the rest, and caring about quality in a big data context is not easy. Our answer to this challenge was to devise what we call canonical data formats and importers, appropriate not for data preservation and archiving, but for large-scale processing. And we also try to trace as much as we can all data processing steps and meta-knowledge. When the data is ready, we are happy to start processing it, but then comes the problem of the third challenge, mainly noisy and historical text. Here we can see the frequency of the term gazelle in a Swiss newspapers, and we can notice an increase of the mention of this animal in the middle of the 19th century. Obviously, Switzerland did not have a lot of gazelle, but a lot of gazettes, such as the one of Lausanne. Our answer to the challenge of bad OCR was diverse. First, we tried to improve the OCR quality by computing new models, especially for black letters, which demonstrated the possibility to improve the quality by a large margin. Actually, these models motivated the archive holder to re-digitize the collection in order to have scans of better quality. Second, since our primary objective was not to entirely reduce the OCR, a second strategy to deal with bad OCR was to assess its quality at the article level in order to allow users to estimate the completeness of the keyword search results. The measure is computed by considering content words only and is meant to be easily grasped by non-technicians. So despite all these challenges, we devised, adapted, and applied a range of text and image processing tools on our collection. First, we apply some lexical processing in order to identify the language, normalize historical spelling, do some lemmatization, and we also compute word embeddings. We also compute the quality of the OCR for each article. Then going from the lexical to the conceptual level, we apply topic modeling in order to automatically extract the topics of each item of the collection. We also apply name entity processing, naming mainly recognition, classification, and linking of person, location, and organizations. We compute text reuse in order to identify similar passages as well as image similarity in order to enable visual search. We also implemented the first prototype of a recommender system as well as key phrase extraction. These techniques are very briefly mentioned here. For more details, you can visit the Impresso project YouTube channel. And obviously, these techniques are not perfect, and we constantly work on improving them via, for example, the organization of shared tasks. So that was how we dealt somehow with noisy and historical text, and we apply natural language processing tools on the data. And the fourth challenge actually related to the question of, once we have this information, how to best accommodate this text analysis research tools and information and their usage by humanities scholars. In other words, how could we develop a search application which is helpful for historians and in line with their research practice and needs? To answer such a challenge, our answer to this challenge was co-design and fast prototyping. The principle here was really to have continuous exchange between all members of the team and the consortium in order to learn from each other, experiment, evaluate, and this was implemented via regular workshops, interaction with associated researchers, Impresso community call, etc., etc. So overall, an interface is not a static thing. It is really the temporary result of a pretty long series of interaction between people with different backgrounds that you can see represented on this picture. Here, there are historians, archivists, librarians, NLP specialists, engineers, designers, and developers. And we gathered together with the ambition to design an interface which could make research activity faster and easier. So how could we embrace all these different visions? Well, by really implementing co-design. So very briefly, how did we do? We had two starting points mainly. The first one was historical research scenario made by historians in order to sketch and operationalize the research question. And the second one was wireframes, as you see here, in order to sketch the first component of the interface and the first functionality. So we started by identifying already existing component or kind of easy component, how to plot a timeline, how to visualize a facsimile, and then we look for the more invisible flaws or problems that make the research of historians longer or more difficult. We collected feedback along several workshops. So here on the left, you see the first wireframe that was designed during the project, which was somehow the ground zero on which we discussed and imagined new features, such as having marginalia along the page of a newspaper in order to get a distance reading of this page. And on the right, we asked workshop participants to fill the classical table of strengths and weaknesses with a list of the visual components mentioned in the wireframe. So we gathered this feedback via a user workshop during which usual scenario emerged, such as how to search for articles and read their content, but also less usual scenario, less common one, such as how do I know if my search is complete or did I miss something? Then we put together all these ideas in prototype and we evaluated, developed, iterated, and developed slowly the application in this manner. So in this sense, we can say that each component of the interface has a whole story to tell and has seen many transitions and is a result of hours of discussions. Let's take one example. These are a couple of transitions from the initial idea of comparing items in a collection on the left. Then in the center, you see the same idea after preliminary exchange with historians, and this result was not satisfactory. And then finally, on the right, the latest concept, which eventually led to the current much complex version of the inspect and compare component in the interface. And this is probably not the last version of the component. So the main advantage of this collaborative design method is that of transparency and inclusion. And we can say that almost everything in the interface is a result of a continuous exchange and dialogue between different disciplines. Finally, if we have new ways to engage with contents, these also mean that we have new ways of using it. And the main question here is how historians could work with algorithmically generated, changing, and certainly imperfect data. Our answer to this challenge corresponds to two guiding principles that we apply when developing the search application, that is to say transparency and generosity. Transparency corresponds to the question of what am I looking at? And the objective is really to give all information to help assess critically the sources and their enrichment. This corresponds to the issue of digital source criticism. And generosity corresponds to the question of what can I do with all this? And here the objective is to guide and support new research workflows based, for example, on discovery functionalities. Very briefly, how transparency matters, really the idea is to keep in mind that a very beautiful interface doesn't mean that everything is perfect. And if something is not perfect, doesn't mean that it's completely useless. And we need to make this information really visible in the interface because we inherit, we introduce, and we propagate bias and variance in our corpus. And the question is really how to communicate it to historians, to the users, and what a user really need to know in order to be able to deal with this. So we implemented transparency in different ways. Briefly sketched here, we try to give information about missing data. We also give information about the OCR quality, and we provide quite extensive documentation via FAQ and information e-buttons, which give information about underlying processes which generated the data. So these were the the 5 challenges, and I will now give you a very brief demonstration of the system. So here is a welcome page of the interface. In the central part, you can see that you have access to what we call Impresso challenges, a series of PDF where we offer a guided tour of the interface with some exercise to understand the main functionalities. On the left-hand side, there are some statistics about the corpus and their notation. I would like to do a brief demonstration using the keyword R9, which is the name of a battle which happened in 1944 at the end of the Second World War. With the auto-suggest, I can look in article contents, titles, but also I have access to entities which have been recognized. For now, I simply look for the keyword R9, and I have a result search kit composed of approximately 4,000 articles. Here, I can see that my query has been translated somehow into a human-readable query. In the center part, we see the result search, and on the left side, some filters, a series of filters. As I've been mentioned before, there is a problem of OCR mistakes, and we have implemented ways to suggest to the user words which are similar, coming from semantic similarity or from common OCR mistakes. So here I will look, thanks to word embeddings, to words which are similar to my request. So I see R9, but I also see Arman with a N transformed to N, to M. So I will add it to my search. I see also the German name for the city, as well as another typos where the H have been inverted. So I can apply this to the search, which gets now to 6,800 articles. So this is a search, what we call the search bin, where one can compose quite complex search elements. Here we have the frequency of the timeline of the search hit given by this query, and then a long series of filters based on metadata as well as on semantic enrichments. I go directly on the topic filters, where I am interested in trying to perhaps expand or narrow down my search. And I can see here that the topics which have been identified in this collection of results relates to either the battle or to sports, such as football, because of the football club of the city. So I would like to get rid of the articles which are related to sports. So I will select the articles, the topics which are about match, jeu, equip, and tournament, something like this. I apply this to my search, but instead of getting articles related to these topics, I will specify that I want the articles which are not related to these topics, and therefore I will have a result set which now come down to 5,000 articles, and which is somehow guaranteed without sport article. Now let's have a look at the article viewer. We can select one, for example, this one. We see first the page view with annotation, main annotation, which are displayed on the margin, and we can switch to the transcript view to have a zoom on the article with the OCR and the facsimile. On top of it, we see a summary of the annotations extracted from this very article. For example, the person Marika Hope has been identified, and we see here is information related to this person, which has been linked towards a Wikidata ID. If I scroll down, I can see, I can get suggestions for similar articles of this one. And I also see here on the right-hand side, a little sign showing me that this article has been identified as being part of a text reuse cluster, meaning have been reused by in other articles. If I don't know what is text reuse, there is an info button giving some information about this processing. Let's quickly jump to the newspaper page, which offers a view of the corpus behind Impresso interface as well. So this displays some information about the newspapers, and we try to keep count of the missing data. So there is information about each title and the missing data for each title. One can explore an overview of the annotation containing one title, etc. There is different ways to explore the corpus based on topics, based on the inspect and compare tool, which is very powerful in order to compare a query or collection, a personal collection, where I will have added my own article. I just want to briefly illustrate the text reuse search, where I will enter the same Arnhem keyword. And I can see that it has been mentioned in some cluster, 900 exactly. And if I click on one cluster, I can see the distribution of the annotations in this cluster as well as the passages. And here it's all about the weather conditions which have conditioned this battle. I can refine the cluster my look into this text reuse by playing with some parameters. Going back to the search, which is a sticky search, my search never disappears. I can always modify it. I have my human readable summary. I just want to briefly show that you can search through the visual image search. It takes a while to load. And you can also have n-gram profile to see the frequency of someone. You can scroll and browse your own collection, etc. So this was a very, very brief tour of the interface. Thank you. For more information, I invite you to visit the Impresso website as well as the Impresso YouTube channel. Obviously, you are more than welcome to try the Impresso application and to give feedback. And we publish the data on the Zenodo platform and our code in open access on GitHub. Thanks a lot for your information, and I'm happy to answer any question you may have.
Thank you, Maud. A very impressive project indeed. I have a little bit technical question. OCR is a very, very challenging topic, especially with newspaper text printed on not very good quality paper and in large volumes, so the print quality is also not so good. Did you estimate what percentage of material you had lost before you tried to improve the OCR? So is there a measure of how much your machine learning applications helped to improve the quality of the OCR?
Yes, thank you for the invitation and for this question. Can you hear me well?
Kas ta ei kuulnud või mis need oli? Sorry, shall I repeat the question? Yeah, the question was, did you measure the impact of your machine learning tools to improve the OCR of texts? You mentioned messy data before you applied your OCR, and then you were able to process the text afterwards. Was there a percentage by which your project managed to improve the OCR quality?
Yes, we have been measuring the improvement of the performance on the Neue Zürcher Zeitung, so only one newspaper which has black letter, and where this improvement have been really pushed forward because the quality was really bad. I do not have the exact numbers in mind, but it's by more a double-digit increase in points. And what is more, it is evenly distributed over the time, meaning it managed to improve the quality for the 200 years which are considered, and not only for the latest part of the corpus. However, I just want to specify that we did not improve the OCR for the entire corpus because our corpus comes from different institutions and the quality was very heterogeneous and sometimes we didn't really need it. And since it was not the primary focus of the project, that was a text mining per se, sometimes we could still work without correcting.
The system architecture that you're using, did you actually download the images and metadata into your system and then processed everything in your project? Or is the architecture such that your tools are going and accessing content in the repositories of participating libraries?
That's a very interesting question, very relevant, because obviously developing such an infrastructure is heavy in terms of servers and in terms of storage. So it's, again, a quite nuanced picture, I can say, because every institution, every memory institution do not have yet, I would say, perhaps do not have yet developed capacity of APIs to access remotely either the image, either the text. With the IIIF API, it is now more and more frequent to be able to deliver image remotely. Actually, one institution do this, and this is our favorite option, since Then in the interface, we go directly on the IIIF endpoint of the institution, and we do not have to hold terabytes of images on our server, which is quite a thing. And but nevertheless, only one institution out of 7 could provide this at the time of the project. So we had to exchange data, and so that's one point, that all institutions do not yet provide such facilities. And the other point is that sometimes, for computation reasons, we need to have a working copy on the server in order to compute things. So even though there will be a remote access to compute, for example, image similarity, it's best to have image on locally, but we can afford to have a working version, meaning less good resolution or things. But in the future, we are really looking for a better infrastructure, maintainability somehow, and lighter, such as people like our institution or project will focus only on the processing, while institutions really focus on preserving and giving their data a working copy from remote. That will be ideal. I think we are going towards such a setting, but it's not yet there. Mm-hmm.
Okay, it would also probably make it easier for new institutions to join your service or come with their newspaper collections and make them available for analysis through your interface. All right, thank you very much for your presentation today. We're now going to move on to another project that is analyzing images, but this time for the purpose of making them more easily accessible to visually impaired people. So annotations of images, and to present we have Dr. Christopher Lofi from University of Delft, Technical University of Delft in the Netherlands. Please.
Welcome everybody. My name is Christoph Lofi and I'm from TU Delft University of Technology. And I'm here today to talk about describing images for the visually impaired. And this is part of our Future Library Lab. The Future Library Lab is a very interesting collaboration between TU Delft as an academic research institution and the Royal Library in Den Haag as, well, a public top-level library. And within that Future Library Lab, we try to research and look into different topics about how to innovate libraries as they are today and make them fit for the future. And this covers many different research lines, like, for example, what kind of services a library should offer, or how different people, customers might be interacting with a library, but also technical challenges, like, for example, how to use artificial intelligence and, well, electronic technologies in order to support, augment, and make libraries as they are better and fit for the future. The Future Library Labs covers a lot of people, but the talk today will be focusing on a smaller team of 3 students and myself. We have been working on this for quite a while. And what I'm going to present you is how to annotate images, and especially for the visually impaired. However, the mission of image annotations doesn't just stop there. So in the end, this topic is about making our document collections and library collections more accessible. And as you might know, in 2025, we have the European Accessibility Act coming up, which demands that all, well, digital collections of material which is offered by public entities needs to be as accessible as possible. And that is, of course, a big challenge which we are facing, and where our current methodologies and our current tools are not really fit to help us. Good. So let's have a look on what we are trying to do in this project. So essentially, we are focusing on 2 research questions. Research question 1 is, how would visually impaired readers effectively consume information conveyed by images? So this is more research question focusing on the process, on the design of these systems. And it's a still ongoing challenge, so we do not have conclusive result yet, but we have been looking into these things for quite a while. Research question 2, And that's a research question I'm personally interested in because, well, I'm a computer scientist. And as a computer scientist, of course, I'm very fond of technology. And that's the typical thing I'm good at. So research question 2 is a more technology-oriented one. And that would be, how can the content of images be described to suit the needs identified in first research question of visually impaired readers in an efficient and cost-efficient manner? So essentially the question is, faced with the massive collections of content, which we have in most systems right now, how can we annotate these images effectively? Good. What do I actually mean when I say image annotation? And why can't I just be using, well, one of these wonderful AI deep learning systems everybody has been talking about? Well, I took an image like this one here, which I found on my desktop computer somewhere, and asked one of the leading deep learning systems which are available from a commercial perspective to annotate that image. And actually, the image annotation I got wasn't even that bad. So what was produced was like flock of birds and space shuttle with blue sky. This is definitely not wrong, as we can see. I mean, here's a space shuttle, there's a flock of birds, there's a blue sky, here's a bunch of clouds. No, the image annotation doesn't talk about, but it's also not relevant. But now the question is this actually a good image annotation? Well, depends, right? I mean, yes, the elements are all there, but of course, the interesting aspect of that was this image was not by itself. It was found in a larger text about, well, the Challenger disaster, where, well, the Challenger space shuttle exploded briefly after launch. And there was text around it. There was also descriptions around it. But of course, these deep learning systems, and they are quite good, but in the end, they just focused on the image itself and completely missed the image content. And maybe a better image description would have been Challenger space shuttle briefly before it exploded. And maybe I don't really need to know that there's birds and blue sky. But this is a little bit what we try to achieve here. Good. How did we approach this project? Well, in a pre-study, we first tried to understand how the current annotation process for images, especially with visually impaired users, would work right now. So we went to different libraries and different publishers and asked them, hey, how do you do that today? And it turns out that nearly everybody we talked to was claiming that today they do that in a fully manual fashion. I mean, yes, there are technologies around which could help, but it was tricky for many of our interview partners to either use these technologies, or they didn't consider them good enough, or they couldn't get them to work in an efficient fashion, or it didn't fit their workflow. So in the end, it turned out most of them did these annotations in a manual fashion, and mostly using very expensive and highly paid experts. Now, the reason why experts are used for that are quite obvious, because in order to make a good image description, and especially with visually impaired users in mind, well, one needs to analyze an image quite deeply and put it into context and provide an image description which is meaningful. So one needs to anticipate the need a potential user of that image annotation might have. As a result, it was often reported that the cognitive load on annotating images is very, very high. So this is a very taxing process for the experts. And because of that, the scale of this process is very limited. So annotating images fully manually relying on experts is quite expensive. Good. Therefore, we developed different ideas. And one of the more obvious ideas was like, okay, let's try to scale this process out. So maybe we do not need to rely on only experts. Maybe it's good enough to combine also non-experts, maybe with some expert judgment, and maybe also with existing technology. So what we would have in mind is a hybrid system combining these different components and make it as efficient, effective as possible. And this is something we quite commonly do in these scenarios. Because unfortunately, even though we are living in the age of the big renaissance of AI technology, and we kind of shamelessly rebrand all our research as saying like, hey, now we do AI. If you're really honest here, a lot of applications do kind of work. There was a lot of impressive progress, but rarely we can just use these systems out of the box and then fully trust and rely on the results. So in the end, we always require some kind of human oversight and some kind of human steering in order to get the results we want. And maybe we will get to the point in a couple of years where these systems are reliable enough by themselves, but right now we are clearly not there yet. So from our perspective, it's a given that humans need to be in the loop in this process. Now, of course, the question is which humans? Do we require these expensive experts, or can we also use more people, which are maybe even cheaper to use? And this is the process we typically call crowdsourcing. And there have been a lot of very effective examples of crowdsourcing being used. So there's a lot of different platforms where we can recruit different workers, either for money or even volunteers, to contribute their insights and their work time in order to get this done. Now, this was one of the first projects we followed. So in a pre-study, we looked at a potential human-based but scalable system, which was trying to scale out the process by relying on crowd working. And this is a little bit what we ended up with. So maybe if I zoom in here, what we can see is that the core idea there would be that the publishers provide material, then it goes into the system. And what was identified in this pre-study, and this was done by our design faculty, so this is not work done by myself being a computer scientist, but this was more from a design perspective. But what was identified from a design perspective is that depending on the use case, visually impaired users might have different requirements when it comes to the image annotation. So in this process, it was envisioned that there's an interactive interface for the consumers and users, where first they get provided with a very basic description of the image, but when that image description is not sufficient, then it can be refined and a better image annotation can be requested. So by doing that, we can identify the images which are required from a user perspective. However, the problem is if a consumer identifies an image which is super important to them, we wouldn't necessarily have that image annotation. So basically what happens in the background is, as soon as an annotation is requested, this annotation request is outsourced to a larger crowd of workers, which are recruited from a larger recruitment pool, for example, on platforms like Amazon Mechanical Turk. And typically for a little bit of money, they would provide these annotations. Now, this process, of course, is not real time, so it can still take a while until an image annotation is provided. So worst case, our user from the previous slide has to wait for a while, or it might only benefit the next user. But with a system like that, we can at least tackle the question of how do we scale all these expensive experts. And yes, we believe by using a more crowd-based approach, this can be done. Now, there's a lot of, let's say, problems to that, which need to be solved. So, for example, how does one instruct these crowd workers to provide good, high-quality image description, how to control the quality, how to make sure that everything is as we want it to be, but it can technically be done. Good. There's also some more detail to this image process, but I guess I do not want to go into detail here. So if you're interested, we can provide you with a full project report where all of these different steps are, well, discussed in more detail. But I would also want to talk about a slightly different approach. So instead of tackling the issue of scale purely by involving more people, which is of course a solution, of course, right? Instead of just using few expensive experts, we can just use a lot of people and have some work on this collaboratively. But I would also like to look at the potential of modern AI technology to help us out. Now, the problem with a lot of AI technology, and especially AI technology for computer vision, is that developing these tools is very, very, very expensive. So there are currently a couple of companies and also academic institutions who develop their own deep learning image recognition and image classification modules. And typically training one of these systems that easily costs hundreds of thousands of dollars and consume a lot of computational power and also consumes a lot of data. So this is not something, me or probably also not you can easily do, and especially not in a couple of hours and days. So in the end, we were faced with the challenge, okay, can we maybe use off-the-shelf software with somebody else, in this case, for example, Microsoft or Google, or there's a bunch of other providers who on a pay-per-use basis provides this service. Can we use these services in order to get these image annotations? And we checked that in a pre-study, and our initial result was yes, to some extent. So many of the inputs we got or outputs we got from these systems were not wrong. It was a little bit like the space shuttle example I had before, flocks of birds with spaceship. Yes, of course, that's correct. But they were typically lacking the focus, and they're typically missing a little bit the point. So I would say, yeah, these technologies are useful, but not by themselves. But maybe they can be useful when combined with other things. And this is essentially the approach we came up with. So how about we start with automatically generating text or text using these out-of-the-box frameworks, and then also having a look at the surrounding publication in which we found that image. Because as I was also saying before, these images are not necessarily in isolation. They are part of a bigger publication. And then also deploy automatic text analysis software and technology in order to try to understand the text, which is as limited and as error-prone as image processing. But by combining these two, we might be able to improve the image description and then return that image description to a human worker. And our claim would be that refining an automatically generated image description, which is in addition augmented by some text and context analysis, this is much, much easier to do and requires much less cognitive load than coming up with image annotations from the scratch. So soon we will be running a study on actually measuring and quantifying that approach, but essentially this is what we try to do here. Good. Let's have a look at a few examples here. So one of the examples we found in the newspaper, which we're looking at, and here we got this weird image of this tractor in the night. And what we got from Azure, or Microsoft Azure here, was a close-up image of a truck. Now, this is obviously wrong. It's not a truck. However, nearly all of these systems also work with a certain probability and a certain certainty. So even Azure itself knows that it's not really certain because it claims, well, it's most likely a truck, but it could also be a tractor. It just decides on truck because, it believes deeper into the truck theory than it believes in the tractor theory. However, when reading the text surrounding it, it says like, okay, this is an illustrative image of an incident where a 23-year-old man stole a tractor at night and then, rampaged through the city and destroyed a lot of cars. So by reading that text, we now can infer a little bit that most likely this is a tractor and not a truck. So we can use our insights into the surrounding text to understand and fix this image annotation and improve it. Yeah, our second example, which we had from a travel guide, this is correctly identified as a canal with a bridge and some trees. Fine. However, it's not just any bridge and not any canal. I mean, this is a rather famous skinny bridge in Amsterdam. And it's a very special bridge, and it's famous for being, painted white. And there's a lot of history and connection. So one should mention that this is the skinny bridge in Amsterdam. But how would the system know that? Well, either we would need to train it on Amsterdam data, or again, do some context analytics and figure out what's going on there. Good. So in the end, we end up with a prototype system which analyzes surrounding text and then tries to combine that with the image annotation, which is provided by out-of-the-box systems, in the hope that this will improve the image annotation, then give that back to human workers, either experts or the general crowd, and ask these people to improve until they get the quality standards which we need. And hopefully we can then show in later experiments that this works well. Good, all awesome, very great. However, I was just wondering before doing this presentation, if this will really work in practice well. So I was looking around in my office, and in my office I found like a couple of random magazines and books lying around. I just opened them and flipped through it and tried to find what kind of images and what kind of text I would find in these. So essentially I started here with this wonderful Home of Innovation magazine, which is our marketing magazine, which we publish here at TU Delft in regular intervals. And when looking into that magazine, what we see here is a lot of images like that. No? This is our director of AI technology. And I'm not really sure what Azure would do with it. Probably say like, middle-aged men in front of some background. No idea, I mean, didn't test it. But what's more interesting about it, I mean, he's just not randomly somebody, he's a rather famous person within our university. So here I would have expected an image annotation which reflects that in some way. How would we get there? Well, either by analyzing context again, or maybe by even using some face recognition technology here and training that with the relevant people which we have in our collection here. And, you know, already mentioning face recognition technology opens up all kinds of interesting challenges when it comes to morals and ethics, and if this is really something we want to do, but that would be the more obvious technical solution. Also, when flipping forward in this document, I end up on a page like this one here, where we again have a similar type of image, but more interestingly here, an infographics. So this would be an image which would be super relevant for a visually impaired reader to get. Yeah. Then also we have our wonderful teaching guide from our university, and it has a lot of interesting images like this one here. Yeah, stack of paper. Is this really an image I need to annotate and waste either time, effort, or money on? Probably not. So this image is purely decorative, so maybe we can safely skip that. Also, we find an image like this one here. That's the image on, well, fraud at university and during exams. And indeed, now we have an image on, students doing an exam. And I guess we can find an image description, but this one is also a little bit borderline. Do we really need an image description? Because it does not really support the text that well. So essentially what I'm saying here, I have a couple of more examples, but I guess you get the point. So essentially what I'm saying here is, even when using a technology like ours, I think there's still some components missing here. So for example, we need to identify what the purpose of an image is and use that to steer and guide our classification, annotation, and understanding process. So for example, I believe we can skip all images which are purely decorative, but then should pay special care on images which are super informative, like infographics and diagrams. But then, unfortunately, we need special technologies working with these tools, because one of the shortcomings of many general image classifiers like Azure or Google Visual is that they are good with general photos, but they typically don't work well with diagrams, infographics, comics, or whatever other thing which might be in our collection. And these need to specialize. Then we need to specialize all of our technologies to the specific document collection. So for example, if I'm having a travel guide on Amsterdam, it's not enough to identify a bridge as a bridge. I mean, I need to identify the specific bridge. Or within our university context, it's not enough to say it's a man. I mean, it's a specific man, so I need to be able to identify these people. So I need additional specially trained recognition software for that. Then I saw in many of these annotations that they use very, very cool layouting, you know, stuff like these very fancy things like that. I mean, it's essentially 20 images in one. And this can pose a big, big challenge for a lot of extraction technology. And in the end, I think the final conclusion is whatever we do here, I think the inclusion of humans in this process is still mandatory, and we need to find a way to make that as effective and efficient as possible. And I think with that, I would thank you for your attention and happy to answer any additional questions.
Thank you, Christoph. And apologies for to our viewers who had a visually impaired experience of your presentation today, the last part of it, at least they could hear you. We will upload a proper version of your video after the conference. A question, have you already produced the final product or the interface? Do you have an idea how it will look like? Is it going to be voice controlled, or how will you approach these visually impaired people?
Yeah, thank you. First, apologies for messing up the video. I have no idea what went so wrong there, but probably it's something on my side. So I seem to have cut only the audio track and not the image track, or vice versa. But to your question, right now our technology is intended to work purely as a back-end technology. So we are going to provide the image annotations, which are then added to the documents and to the web pages or whatever it is. So the question of how people interact with it, it's not a question we are addressing right now. So we are purely looking at it from a data annotation point of view. Okay, but have you sort of tested it or validated it already on a sample of these VIPs on your diagram, even though you don't have a user interface yet? So right now we are evaluating it with annotation experts. So essentially the people who typically as a job would be doing these annotations. And preliminary results show that indeed the mental effort for creating these annotations is now lower than it used to be, because now people are just improving annotations instead of coming up with new annotations from scratch. So that's already a success. However, the question then how the visually impaired people would interact with these annotations, I think that's something we would have for a later research program. Okay, and the concept of having an image and text around it, where would you always have text around image that would provide context? So in a previous presentation, for example, we saw lots of newspapers being analyzed en masse. There are photographs or images or cartoons in newspapers with little captions under them, but the caption typically doesn't really explain what is happening on the picture. So in that context, would you need to sort of take into account the image and the surrounding article as a whole, or how much text around an image is sufficient? So we particularly focus on use cases where indeed images are embedded in text. So we ignore indeed the use cases where there's only an image, because that would be the traditional computer vision-based image description problem, which we do not try to address. So the use case we have in mind is indeed something like ebooks or magazines where there's text and images combined. And the more text is surrounding an image, the better it is, because that provides more context to be accessed by text mining technologies. These captions, which are typically accommodating images in many media, they're of course extremely helpful, but we worked on collections where there were not even these figure captions available. So we would also provide those from the surrounding context and the image annotation, which is done automatically by deep learning applications. On one of your slides, you had also a bullet that says translate into Dutch. So is it language dependent? Are you depending on some specific language technologies for this project? So that's a very, very interesting question, because the problem is that nearly all current cutting edge image recognition and image classification technology, but also text classification technology is developed for English language. Also from a research perspective, this is a very strategically sound choice, because I, as a researcher, would of course want to reach an audience as big as possible and develop my technology for English language. And this is what a lot of people do. Now, the problem is, working together with Dutch libraries, the majority of their corpus is in Dutch. And many of the really cool toys don't work on Dutch language. So now we have this awkward workaround that you translate from Dutch to English and then translate back, because that works better than training our own technology. Because even something like BERT, I mean, one doesn't just train a new language model in your own language just easy peasy. Somebody else has to do that. And then with these image annotation frameworks, they're really big and expensive, and we as a smaller institution simply don't have the capacity to make a specialized version in our local language, which would be Dutch in this case.
Yeah, here in Estonia, we've also been hampered by, let's say, the slow development of language technologies. It's a small country, very few people speak this language, and technology tools are, let's say, expensive and complicated to develop. So the usage, or let's say use cases of AI for the moment somewhat limited by what the text analysis tools can do for us. Okay, thank you, Christoph. We're now going to move to English language example that will rely, however, on a concept of knowledge maps or knowledge graphs that can be applied in multiple different languages or independent of language as such. And to introduce this topic as well as a concrete service or a use case for us is Ruth Pickering, who's co-founder of a company called Uno. Ruth.
Hello, my name's Ruth Pickering, and I'm delighted to be with you here today. I'm actually recording from the West Coast, from Silicon Valley. So what I'd like to talk about is really how artificial intelligence-based tools can help overcome the issues we all face today in terms of information overload. So I'm going to cover in this presentation things like how it can help improve indexing and adding new capabilities that haven't been available in a historic or legacy environment. And I'll also talk a little bit about the fragmentation of content and things like bias and the evolution of language. So in terms of the agenda for my talk, we're going to first of all start looking a little bit at AI technology itself. And I'm going to focus on knowledge graphs, which is what we do here at Uno. Then I'm going to explain how you go from taking data or content and transforming that into something that's usable as knowledge. And I'm going to go into the details of really how content is processed. Then I'm going to move on to concepts and disambiguation. It's very interesting that in terms of the terms we use for concepts, 75% of terms have more than one meaning. And I'll come on to some examples of that. Then I'll kind of jump into how it can really help people find exactly what they're looking for, and some examples of visualization and looking at different content types. And then I'll leave you with some opportunities for further reading in terms of papers and patents, and then we'll move into questions. So first of all, looking at knowledge graphs. So this is a very beautiful quote from Leonardo da Vinci. The acquisition of knowledge is always of use to the intellect, because it may thus drive out useless things and retain the good. For nothing can be loved or hated unless it is first known. And that's the essence of what we're here to talk about today, this huge volume of information that's very fragmented. And actually, until you can assimilate it, you can't actually derive knowledge. So first of all, what is a knowledge graph? So there's no universally accepted definition. So I've got here 5 different definitions, and then I'll come on to a little bit about how we would describe a knowledge graph and how it can be used in terms of the research environment. So essentially, a knowledge graph is something that acquires and integrates information dynamically into a dynamic knowledge base, and then it can apply a reasoner to derive new knowledge. So if you think about any kind of traditional database of information, it may be very good at storing and structuring and organizing what it contains, but it's not deriving anything further. It's not deriving new knowledge or inferences from that data. And what a knowledge graph is able to do is take it to that stage further, and also to be continuously updated. So first of all, at its foundation, a knowledge graph is a graph which encodes semantics, and it can enable the derivation of new knowledge through an inferential reasoning process, and it will evolve with new data. And I think everybody on this call today is aware of how much new data is produced, how frequently in the world we live in today. So I'd like to show you this little video here. So this is just to give us all a sense of how quickly information is changing. So as you look at the graph in front of you, this is a graph, a knowledge graph that's ingested news content, about 10,000 news items a day. And what it's looking at is two concepts, tariffs and trade war. And as you can see each of those lines in the video moving, that is how fast the relationships between those concepts and the exposure of those concepts to each other is changing. So clearly, as we can see these lines literally moving in front of our eyes, it's quite clear to us that as researchers, there's actually no way we could possibly have read all of that information ourselves individually and understood the dynamic changes that we see unfold before us in this video. So what I'd like to do now is to explain a little bit about how AI technology can help transform content into knowledge. So what you see here in this slide on the left-hand side is content, all different types and sources and formats of content. It could be journal articles, it could be news, it could be patents, it could be reference sources, it could be books or book chapters, theses and dissertations. And then what's happening in the middle is a deep neural network is being applied. So algorithms are running over the content. And the key thing is that they're reading every single line, every single sentence of the text. They're not just taking the traditional metadata that's been provided in terms of keywords. The algorithms are reading the text, and they're not just reading it and hunting for keywords. They're understanding context. And from that, they're able to identify meaning in the form of concepts and promote those into a knowledge graph that we see on the right-hand side. And the great thing about a knowledge graph is that it's a fantastically flexible mathematical instrument. And so we could all interrogate it with a different query of a different concept and get meaningful results that are always up to date and dynamically kept up to date and correlated with other relevant connections and concepts. So I'd like to go through a detailed example of actually a piece of content being processed by artificial intelligence technology using a knowledge graph. So what you see here is on the left-hand side, content can be ingested into our pipeline. So in this example, I'm going to use a piece of news, but as I said before, it could be any type of unstructured text. So the first thing we do is to take the text and split the text into sections. So here you can see we have 3 sections, snippet index 0, snippet index 1, and snippet index 3. And the key thing about this is that we are splitting the text into sections. And so later on in the research process, you can actually take the researcher or the user to the exact section of the document that they're looking for. So using AI to help find documents is one thing, but you still can have a huge amount of text to sort through. And actually what the technology can do is not only take you to the document, but it can take you to the exact section of text. And then for every single section of text, we perform concept extraction. So you can understand how many concepts are in each section of text. And those things will have what we call a concept ID, a CID. Obviously, they have the name, which is the term that's being used for the concept. And then they will have a pertinence score, which is about their relevance within that document itself. And then this is the exact example of the piece of content and the concepts that have been extracted from that piece of text. And you can see there's a huge range of things. You have things that can be a single word, something like coupon or payment or price. And you can have things that could be a couple of words, like Great Recession or asset allocation. And you can equally have things that may be 3 or 4 words, things like silver as an investment or Chicago Board Options Exchange. And for each of those concepts that's been extracted, we see 3 things. We see the concept ID or CID, we see the concept name, so the term, the word or group of words used to describe that concept, and we see the pertinence score. So this is hugely useful information in terms of helping researchers get to exactly what they're looking for in their research. So now we're going to look at concepts and disambiguation and why a concept-based approach is really important. So a concept is an individual term, a word or group of words that carries with it a significance and also an inference. So if I take this example in front of us here, on the left-hand side, we can see a picture of a jaguar the cat, and we understand that it is an animal. And on the right-hand side, we can see a picture of Jaguar the car, and we can understand that it's an automobile. And then if you look at the two pictures, both of those have a description, and both of those fit into a topic hierarchy in different topics and subtopics. So it's clear that the same term jaguar can be applied to not only these two things, but also many other terms we can think of. But they're clearly completely different. And if somebody starts their search for jaguar, looking for Jaguar the cat, they absolutely wouldn't be interested in finding examples of Jaguar the car in their search results, and vice versa. So understanding or disambiguating the search term you're using is critical in terms of getting the results you're looking for. So how does that work? So as you use AI, because it's reading the full text of the documents, rather than simply taking the keywords that may have been tagged that don't carry with them a definition, the algorithms read the full text, they identify meaning in the form of concepts, and we can see in this example, the term monetary policy has been highlighted in purple and has been extracted, and we can see that it's now called a candidate concept. So using machine learning without human supervision, this can all happen on a huge volume of content at any time, any point in time. And then what that next happens after the concept has been identified and extracted, it goes to a lookup. And so it says, I believe monetary policy is a concept. Let me find a definition. And then here we can see in the final box, the definition. Monetary policy is the process by which the monetary authority of a country controls the supply of money, often targeting an inflation rate or interest rate to ensure price stability and general trust in the currency. So now, if anyone want to find that term in the future, they will understand the exact term because it has a description and a definition. So what is the difference between concepts and keywords? So because a concept carries with it a definition, there could be multiple words to define the same term. So if we think about a term that's been coined recently across Europe, which is Brexit, Brexit actually means the United Kingdom withdrawal from the European Union. So whether you start your search with Brexit or whether you start your search with United Kingdom withdrawal from the European Union, what you're looking for is the same thing. So those two different terms mean the same thing. So a researcher would want to find all of the relevant results, notwithstanding whichever of the terms they use. Equally, on the right-hand side, we have another example, and particularly in science, you find terms and names may change a lot over time. So if I were to start looking for the drug Nurofen, which is actually a brand name, I would actually want to surface everything about ibuprofen, which is the correct name for that drug. So in terms of disambiguation, how does it really help us? So if you started your search looking for the term depression, you could be talking about a geologic depression. You might also be talking about a meteorologic depression or a low pressure area. You could be talking about an economic depression. If you were talking about an economic depression, you might be talking about the Great Depression, the Long Depression, or possibly the Depression of 1920-21. Or you might be talking about depression in the mood, a physiological depression, or equally major depressive disorder. So this slide could carry on for many, many more options around the word depression. But as we can see, the term depression can mean so many different things. And when somebody starts a search, it's very important that we're able to disambiguate so that we can give the correct results. And the other important thing about artificial intelligence technology is that it can understand context and meaning. So as terms have changed over time, so today, for example, we might use the term 3D printing. 3D printing hasn't always been called that. So if you look at these two examples, sections or snippets of content, they don't mention the term 3D printing because they're older, so they use previous terminology. But artificial intelligence technology is able to surface them and provide them to the reader as relevant pieces of text. And again, it's also taking them to the section of the document that's relevant rather than simply to the major kind of title level of the document. So moving on, how can AI help you find what you're looking for? So if we look at a term like belongingness, this is what we might find in a traditional search platform. And here's another example if you put it into an academic search platform. And in each of these two screens, we've got a list of results, but as you walk away, you probably haven't learned anything specific about belongingness. And if we look at this, it's a visualization, how a knowledge graph can help. So we see belongingness in the center, and then all around it, all of these connections, self-esteem, group dynamics, group cohesiveness. Immediately we get a sense of the kind of things that relate to belongingness, and we begin to get an understanding of that concept, what it's all about, and related terms. So you have this constellation of other concepts, which helps you really understand the context of what you're looking for. So carrying on the theme of visualization, one of the really important things is not just understanding that two things are connected, but understanding how they are connected. And actually, as an individual, reading around that subject and making our own decision about what we believe is correct. So here you have an example on the right of a very controversial subject, autism and the MMR vaccine. And what we can see displayed is those two concepts and a third concept, controversies in autism. So what the knowledge graph is able to do is to ingest these huge volumes of information, and it can present back to the researcher in a visual format the different concepts, and it doesn't make the decision for you as to what is right, but it shows you all of the connections and the relationships. And then the researcher can use that and go to the source information that's been published, read it themselves, and make their own decision as part of the research process. And here's another example that somebody mentioned to me where they had heard about early onset Alzheimer's disease, and they believed that physical exercise might be something that could stop it. So again, you can put those two things into the knowledge graph of visual environment, and it will show you all of the connections, and it will also show you all the links. And so as you see the links, you can click on the concepts, you can click on the connecting lines, and you can get to the source literature to explain those connections, and you can read through and understand how they're related. So in terms of use cases with different content types, you might be interested to understand a portfolio of content and understand how things within that content base have been trending over time. So it could be content that you happen to own, or it could be an open access content set. And this is one example of how we can use artificial intelligence to understand content and also see trends. And again, this is something that would not be possible by a human alone, because you have to read so much content to be able to see the patterns in the content and in the information. But what you can see here is a collection of content that's been analyzed, and then it's broken down by topic. And then on the right-hand side, if you want to drill down and look at some very, very specific concepts and how the amount of content that's been published over time has changed, you can do that. And you can also compare across content collections to see different trends. So moving on now, I'm going to share with you some papers and patents for further reading, and then we'll hand over to questions. So in terms of publications, these slides will be circulated after the presentation. So please do feel free to take a chance to look up these papers. We've included the DOIs for all of them, if you're interested in a little bit of further reading around this subject. And I'm also sharing with you here a couple of patents that you might find interesting. So now I'm going to close, and I'm going to hand back to the audience for further questions. And thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Ruth. This is really fascinating way of approaching, let's say, also the historical development of terminology, and something that we discussed earlier today in a paper around fairness and sort of intergenerational justice of cultural heritage. That in the past we've used different terms to mean other or the same things, and meaning of terms also changes over time. And this is a wonderful tool to explore these kinds of developments. I had a fairly sort of detailed question. When you showed us how a new concept is being added to the pool of others, there was a definition of that new term. I wondered where does that come from?
That's a great question. So in terms of definitions, we always use definitions from reference sources. And we always provide at least one open access definition, and very often we have multiple definitions. So in terms of the open access sources we use Wikipedia, Mesh, and Investopedia. And then additionally, we have Ancient EU and Britannica and OUP reference. So you'll always find at least one open access in case your library doesn't subscribe to some of the licensed sources. But we don't make them up ourselves. And I think that's a really important part about sort of the integrity of the AI and the knowledge graph, is that it has to be a reputable source to be used.
And the sort of technology as it is now, is it something primarily to as a sort of visualization aid for a human interrogator to take then further steps, or do you see this as a stage in some workflow or process or interface that is followed by some other technology tool that takes this further?
Yeah, it's a really interesting question. So I think when we kind of approached the product, traditional search tools have been around for a really long time. So we've all had access, to a list of things in front of us. And that's going to be around probably forever. And we weren't looking to displace the existing tools. We were looking to add something into the ecosystem that hadn't been possible before using AI technology. And I think there are a couple of critical things that have been lacking historically. So if you think about traditional search, which is based on the available metadata that may be a year old, 20 years old, 100 years old, and the term that's been picked out by the editor or the author at that date may have changed. And maybe for a book, there were only 5 terms. So that item of content will probably never be surfaced because no one's using that term anymore. It's not current. And secondly, there were so few terms. So we wanted to make content more accessible and more discoverable rather than being hidden simply because it may have been indexed badly. And the second thing that wasn't in the sort of traditional environment, the research environment, was really around visualization. So we all know that we're pretty much all visual learners, but as you grow up and as you start reading, obviously you read left to right. Most of the text is in a traditional format, and that's just been what technology could do up to that point. But actually, when you see something visually and you can see those connections, instantly, you kind of learn something. You understand the context of what you're looking at, you understand related terms. And one of the things I hear all the time is that students, particularly undergraduate students or younger students, they don't know how to formulate the correct search query because they don't know the terms to use. So when you approach a new subject or a new discipline, of course, as a beginner in that area, you don't have all of the right vocabulary. So what's brilliant about a knowledge graph is that you can use the one term you know, and it will give you this kind of visualization, this constellation of all of the appropriate terms that may be connected. And I think the other thing that I've observed is that it's just much more fun. So when you do a user group and you give people a traditional interface, they will be sitting back in their chairs like this, and they will be just tapping with their finger, scrolling down a page. And we know that I think 93% of people stay on page 1 and 96% of people take the first 3 results. When you give a focus group a visual interface, they will immediately lean forward like this into the screen. And it's not obvious. You cannot select number 1 because it's not ranked like that because it's in this visual kind of star environment. So it's just taking you from this very passive search to kind of active engagement. And it makes the whole process fun. And, one of the things that when we did early on focus groups, that people said their biggest frustration of research tools was that they spent hours and hours searching and not finding what they're looking for. And it's very frustrating, you walk away. And so in this way, much more engaging, much more fun, and you can get to exactly what you're after.
Yeah, it's sort of reminding you of the early days of hypertext when people loved to jump from one link to another and sort of getting lost and away from the first text. they started from, and this was so fascinating that it wasn't sequential reading, but you could literally jump from one section to another. And this is also, I imagine, something that would glue people to their screens because it just keeps you going along a path that you can't predict so easily. We have a question if your product supports other languages or only English.
Yep, it's a great question. So the UI itself has a number of different languages, French, Chinese, German, Spanish. And if anybody wants to add a language to the UI, as long as they'll collaborate with us, we don't have people that speak every language in the world, but we're always happy to do that. I know that some countries do have legislation that means the UI has to be in that language. So we're always happy to add further languages there. And in terms of the actual text, the product at the moment has mostly English, but some Chinese and some German. We have been testing over the past several years Google Translate, and we think it gives actually very good results now. And the way our technology works, because it's actually extracting concepts, even if the sentence syntax isn't perfect, the results are still really great. So that's the way we expect things to go in the future in terms of foreign languages. So, we've done kind of all kinds of languages, from Eastern European languages to Asian languages, etc. So yeah, I think it's very exciting in terms of how that will open up the opportunities.
In terms of input, what sort of text, what format of text does the product expect?
So we can ingest most text, anything, even things like PDFs and OCRs. If you ask me what I would prefer really great XML, but I could send you a page which probably is about 40 different formats. So I think, the cost of digitization is prohibitive, and so people are unlikely to re-digitize. So we will do the best with what exists. But yeah, if anyone is thinking of digitizing their content set, then obviously the best quality XML will give you the best results. So from our perspective, I think the critical thing is really around the volume of text. So if you gave me, for example, 4 words, well, a machine can't tell context from 4 words. You and I might be able to make something out of it as humans because we know what's going on around us. But from a machine point of view, I would say the minimum would be sort of a short paragraph, 3 or 4 sentences would be kind of ideal. And there's no upper limit in length. So it doesn't matter if you have documents that are 800, 1,000, 2,000 pages. From a machine learning point of view, the longer, the better. So the only limitation would just be about individual words or very, very short groups of words.
Mm-hmm. Wonderful, yeah. The volume has been a topic, recurring topic during today, that somebody showed how 10,000 books was not sufficient to train an algorithm. In another case, 14,000 images were not quite enough to teach another image recognition algorithm, etc. So it seems that there are areas of artificial intelligence that do require, let's say, larger data sets or really big data in a sort of common speak. But with knowledge graphs, we can start with a smaller sample. There's another question here that I just read as it is. Do you see a problem with using ideas such as algorithms understanding context and meaning, as the process in the machine is, in fact, nothing like we habitually associate with the idea of understanding in living beings? Does it not create confusion about the real capabilities of the algorithm?
It's an interesting question. I mean, there are lots of different algorithms out there, so I can't comment on other people's, but very specifically, we developed our algorithms to recreate a neural network model. So it's not NLP where you're just hunting for keywords, and it's all about statistical distribution and things like co-occurrence. So as the algorithms are reading the text, they're doing what we would do as humans. So they're identifying the concepts, the meaning of the form of concepts, and they're promoting those through the process where it's paired with a definition, and then it gets promoted into the knowledge graph close to the correct or similar other concepts. And it's then kept continuously up to date. So I think, people might use their algorithms to do different things, but from our perspective, what we're trying to do is make sure that we give these very precise, disambiguated results, and we help people get to the exact section of the document that they're looking for. So I think in that respect, it works really well.
Mm-hmm. But do you see a danger of, introducing misinformation or perhaps even bias into these concept maps that emerge if we feed only texts that present one, I don't know, side of the political view, or one side of, let's say, colonial history is a very hot topic nowadays, that we only present concepts that come from one sort of viewpoint of power, war situations, etc. So is there a balance? Or is there an inherent risk in depending on the material that we feed into the model?
Yeah, so I think that hinges on two things. It hinges on if you want your algorithm to be biased. Absolutely, humans write algorithms and they can do that. From our perspective, our first product, going back to training data sets, we had 40 million items. And so we very specifically are not looking for this to be biased. We're looking to ingest as much content as we can, as broad in terms of the different types of content, so whether it's news, whether it's journal articles, books, chapters, dissertations, etc. And I think just the other point about bias is that if you look at older documents, apart from the fact that the terminology or the words we use might have changed, if you look at things like gender discrimination, diversity, equity, inclusion, a lot of the terms that we would now pick up would not have been picked up for historic reasons of bias. So because the algorithms are reading the full text, they will pick out terms and the documents will be found, and they would not have been found if you were using simply the traditional metadata. And I think the other thing about a knowledge graph is it's not a yes or no system. It's not, answering your question and telling you this is right or wrong. What it's doing is it's surfacing the information and giving you that perspective. You then still need to read all of the relevant information and make your own decision.
Yes, the interpretation always stays with the interrogator. Okay, I think we're finished with our time. Thank you, Ruth, for joining us, and even at this early hour for you.
My pleasure. Thank you very much for inviting me.
Thank you. And this was the last presentation of the day. Thank you very much for everyone who stayed with us for the duration of it. What do we take away from this conference and these papers? There's been a good spread of examples how AI can be used in memory institutions. I think you've also seen that this has matured from being just an exotic toy or a plaything for people who always say technology is the answer, but what was the question? We've seen that this technology can be safely applied, and I think the takeaways for me have been that anyone can start with an AI project. You need some data. You need to have a question in mind that needs answering. It may very well be that AI is not the answer to your question, that there are other technologies or other tools that would be more efficient or cheaper or quicker to implement. But it starts with a problem, a question. But there can be many of these. As you've seen demonstrated today, AI questions can be around how we serve our users, our patrons. It can be around content, processing of content. It can be around description. It can be around calculating the volume of storage space that is required for the material that you are holding. It can also be about users and enhancing your services for them, especially those with special needs. What we also saw that you need to be aware of the restrictions and regulations that are beginning to appear around the use of AI. So copyright, definitely one question, but data protection and other topics that were parts of the first session today. I think one of the main takeaways or lessons to take from today is collaboration. This is what makes AI projects happen. None of us have enough competence or time at our hands to deal with all these issues that an AI application project brings along. Data quality perhaps being the most difficult one or the most time-consuming one. But collaboration within your organization, with your users, with interface developers, as the Impresso project so impressively demonstrated, and of course technology partners, those who know the technology. You saw that pretty much every project had a technology partner from somewhere. And perhaps a bit more for further thought is the concept of fairness of applying AI. So when we're doing these projects and thinking about them, we should also think not only about people around us, but also our future users. What kind of environment are we creating for them to interact with the cultural heritage that is in our care? Are we making it simpler? Are we introducing some inequalities or injustices into these ways how the next generations will be able to make use of the rich resources that we have? This is the reason why we need to come back to this topic. I would like to thank very much the team at the National Library and especially Laura for making this conference happening. Thank you, all of you, good 200 and plus of you who have been watching us over the day. And I wish that you all pick a hand and wave goodbye to this good old building of the National Library. And I'd like to welcome you back to the next installment of the Digital Memory Institute seminars when the National Library picks the series up again, hopefully in the new National Library building again. Thank you very much and have a good afternoon.